real quick. Yep. Should be alright. Alright, let's sit on back over here. Need to adjust it a little bit more. And there we go. Should be fine.
How are they going to potentially have the center here?
Let's just rewatch.
It's a real question on that. Yeah, they do. I think with Molodoi being here, he should have the center. I think what he needs to make sure happens is that he doesn't step too far out.
Oh, no, a team nade there. And the drop downs towards Ramesses. Doesn't have any healing at all, so every tick of health needs to be healed up by the stims that he's got. Oh, hang on a minute. No, he has bandages still in the back pocket. Does have some stims still going.
What's going to happen here is basically Molodoi is likely going to damage as possible to get them to die to the blue. So this is a very good play, but Ramesses needs to be effective, takes a huge amount of damage, tucks back in, but he's causing problems now. He needs to not peek out. This first nade, absolutely terrible.
Lonely now with a chance, one more in the pocket, goes up high, doesn't think he can drop down that far. Maybe they think he's a little bit further up the cliff. They don't expect his health bar to keep him alive. One goes down, but there's the trade. Two players now for DRG on the down low. Molodoi is there, still up on the top, but the blue zone's putting pressure in, and the time isn't quite there. Molodoi's taking damage, has to go from the skies, from the top row. Can't quite connect. And into the valley, they fall. It is Divergent Gaming to find the first chicken dinner.
Goodness me, for Divergent Gaming, a tough game. Honestly, expected Upgrade to have that in the bag. Unfortunate that Batman comes through in such a fashion towards the back there. Divergent Gaming, though, really dangerous rotate. Now, there was multiple times where I thought that they were going to get clipped from the sidelines. You know, there was a position maybe where Upgrade actually allows the guys from NRG to take pot shots towards Divergent Gaming, and then they let them be the target they face in the future. Hard decision to make. I think they just tried to get as much out of it as possible. I think Upgrade can be very happy with this game, considering, let's be honest, that previous Sandhawk, they were robbed.
Let's take a look at some of the stats from this team. It's got to feel good getting out of the gates early, blank from the get-go with a chicken dinner, finding that pressure early on into the tables, getting towards the top 5. In general, if you've got a chicken dinner, it's going to look pretty good for you.
Yeah, I don't know how many eliminations it was exactly there for Divergent Game in the end, but you know, you'll take the points from the chicken dinner, absolutely. Here's our final blow coming through, and it was quite an intense one. Oh, okay. I was wondering, because that was not it.
Yeah, this is the final sort of volley of fire. Ramesses, if he'd had a first aid here, this is a different game. Only had those bandages. Molodoi able to do a little bit, but not quite enough. It looked a little bit dangerous, but in the end, DRG were able to hide under that cliff top. You can see that little inlet that saved their life. Molodoi trying to find a shot, a connection on the way down. Does manage to spray a little bit from the back there, but doesn't quite find the full Monty. It was DRG, Divergent Gaming, to take home the chicken dinner. Let's head over to the analyst desk.
What a way to start the qualifier finals here for Uzbekistan as DRG being able to clutch up that win. But my goodness, everything that happened within that match, I feel like we definitely have to rewind a little bit, right? Yeah. At the start, I was wondering what some of the teams towards the east of the map were doing in Tura.
Yes.
And then the rotation started.
It did indeed. We were watching them and kind of going, anytime now, you can go to zone,
No,
anytime.
we were going,
Huh? At any point now, come on. And then they did the rotation way late in that zone.
Zero Max Gaming did head to the mainland, so they will be taking
Alright, let's
that
get
south
straight to the
side.
second
Circle
game.
up north.
as well towards Yaznaya. A lot of grassland around this location as well, so teams will likely have to figure out where they want to stay rather quickly. We do have shots coming through at the start of the game. It's 721 Aggressors versus Zero
I'm a
Max
big fan of
Gaming.
esports,
This is
so
on quite a heated
I
drop
think I
spot
need to
down towards that southwest side with Danger Esports heading over
set
towards
up
the
an
Chinky.
overlay
Zero
for
Max
this.
Gaming
I
heading
can probably
over
do that
the
later.
bridge nice and early around Ferry Pier, but it is the 721 Aggressors currently holding out.
A little bit of a clip there on the approach. Defo Dark still not pulling the trigger on the fight. There is Zero Max Gaming and Ake Cyber as well over on that bridge position. So that rotate came through nice and early from Ake Cyber, but they have been spotted, and Zero Max Gaming will be the ones to be able to take that one away. You can see Heavenly Angels off in the distance there in the background from the perspective of Defo Dark to be able to just send over these hills, get away from this one, and to be honest, that's going to be favorable for them, right? They're going to be able to get further into the zone nice and early, and they're going to have a good time of it. For now, though, only one player has gone down. That was over towards that bridge conflict, so a stalemate still for Shocks.
Wait, he's the only one on the
Zero managed to
compound?
get up here. Zero Max
If he's the
Gaming
only one who's
struggling.
dead, they're just gonna full
Sucks
stun.
in an awkward
He's dead.
location, very low HP.
Ooh. Double barrel versus the DBS. Mike Ruzi as well for Suxa. Some very solid close range options here, but Zvezda's got
Welcome
the DBS,
to the
the king of them
stream.
all.
We're in gameplay
It's going to be a
for
difficult
this
take.
one.
And
We're
the
just
thing
watch
is, for
party.
Zvezda, I mean, this is smart, right? He
PUBG
doesn't need to
Mobile
go for
Global
it. He just
Open.
needs to hold this pin.
This is the
And it will
open
be the teammates
qualifiers
to
for the
come on through.
Uzbekistan
Not going to opt to
teams.
take that challenge. You don't need to. That is a good, humble approach to that engagement.
Yeah, it's a clean trade. Now, I think that it's actually an interesting story to be told here between Ake Cyber as well as Zero Max Gaming, because for Ake Cyber, doesn't always, it's not always the right choice doing this, right? Heading over the bridge so early, you need to be very much on the ball, on the money, and it felt like to me there that Zero Max Gaming had just not looted enough. They did not have enough on board. It was surprising to me that Ake Cyber managed to pick up enough loot and enough weaponry to make that fight work out for them. But yeah, that was just speed and aggression coming from Ake Cyber that I don't think Zero Max Gaming were prepared for or were ready for just yet. 721 Aggressors taking on Defo Dark. 2 eliminations found already. Only 2 players left remaining for them.
That was actually Jonic on the off angle down south with the DP. Of course, in the most recent patch, it was changed to have a little bit less recoil, a little bit more control there. Able to use that through the window and take down the player on the high ground. He was all the way down to the south, up on that ridge line that sits there, and they made great use of that position. Could have been a little bit dangerous, given that they know that there was a fight popping off on that southwest side, to have 3 players invested in a compound, to leave that one player on the back lines. If Ake Cyber had decided to go along and try and see what was going on there, that could have been a dangerous position, but did not happen that way, and Yonic was able to keep that one under control.
Yeah, I think Ake Cyber are a little bit more concerned with their rotation path going forward, because they only have 3 players, right? So it looks like they're going to try and wrap around on the north side, which I think is a smart choice. Getting a replay here of that very, as you said, modest maneuver coming through from Ake Cyber on the nade. Lovely stuff. There's Defo Dark losing Shocks. He actually only lost 1, by the way. Misspoke on that one. They have 3 players over towards that northwest side still. Around Crystal Gaming, who are playing on North George. Upgrade with another potentially strong match here. Starting in Yaznaya, it's a perfect kickoff position for them at the beginning of this game.
It may be a little bit tricky, though. If the circle starts to close towards Yaznaya Fields, they are isolated into the settlement. It's great for now. They have a lot of options to them, but as teams start to get closer, that open ground crossing is going to get harder and harder. We saw, I think it was Heavenly Angels in the last match over in Hartin. They actually allowed DRG to move into the area just south of it, which then DRG went on to win the game. And if they'd have been able to control the south side after having that fight on the east edge a little bit faster, they might have arguably been in that same position that Divergent found themselves in. That's putting a lot of ifs
That's kind of a wild
into the
point
mix,
to make.
but they could have had control of the position that won the game.
You have just said that if the circle went to DRG, then they would be strong. But if the circle had gone to Hatim, then Heavenly Angels would have been strong.
Max is looking at me and giving me a thumbs up.
It is a crazy point.
So I don't know. I feel like my point is the open ground and not having control of it makes it difficult for you to progress further when the circle moves away
That's
from you.
true.
Which is kind of similar to what you were saying.
Yeah, you're right. If you are in the center of the circle at the beginning of the map, it does make the game difficult for you.
You're making it difficult for me right now. That's what's happening. You're the difficult one.
Yeah, right now, I think teams are just kind of posturing for position. Hellion in Rozhok. I actually like the fact that they've moved out towards the west-eastern bridge, actually. You do need to take control of that nice and early.
Good.
F5, though.
Yeah,
Shots from non-head. And this is a good spot, good hold from non-head around.
driving a buggy is really hard, competitive, and you start getting shot. It's a very good and versatile
bit wild
vehicle.
there, so I'm glad at least some shots came
Sometimes
through.
when you get in light up, it's really annoying.
It was Closer, of all people, which is surprising to me, considering last game he was basically AFK and died in the blue.
Well, you know, just having a nice warm bath in the blue zone. Not good for the health, but maybe for the spirits, maybe for the spray downs into the next. Through in that first match, obviously most notably probably from Gagash in towards DRG, not quite connecting on those sprays, so to be able to get that tracking on, that's the sort of thing you want to see from a team that could potentially have legs into the top 5.
Yeah, that was a game-changing moment as well for the DRG. Like, the fact that Gagash wasn't able to hit those sprays, they were so in the open. Again, it is sort of a difficulty, especially if you're a less experienced player. Like, you are spoiled for choice in those scenarios, so you're not entirely sure who to focus on, and realistically you would expect more experienced players to just zero on each player one at a time and take them out. But yeah, good spray from Montana. He was pretty effective last game as well, so good to see him continuing that trend here. Circle does move up towards that northwest on the crossing between Yasnaya and the lake towards the pizza slice. We'll see how teams do try and work around this. I think the majority of the circle is still down towards that south east side, but there is a question to be had for Upgrade, which is whether they want to hold further out towards that western side, give up space towards the east, which I think would be the smart thing to do, or just fully relocate towards gas station on the western side of the map.
There is, of course, that compound that sits on the west side of those Yasnaya fields, and that looks like where Energy are going to mount up on their defense. A really strong position into this next circle. The difficulty comes if the circle goes across the river to the north side, which is not impossible. We'll have to wait and see if that will be the case. S1 on the northeast side, a little bit out in the cold on this one. They've got IntX Little Gaming on their northeast flank as well. They look like they might be sending over past Stalber, actually, to play on the north shore of the river, but S1, they're going to head in towards Yasnaya along the ridgeline.
Let me know if you can hear me, but I'm doing good, just here chilling, watching PMGO.
Yeah, we know that
this is normally what I do sometimes when I'm not playing or editing, just watch PUBG Mobile esports, but I'm doing good.
Have a slight advantage here because they do have that high ground to work with. S1, I think for them,
something a little different this
a crash through, right? You want to move through that wall that does sit on that north side, try and get over towards that pizza slice, playing that open ground a little bit. Somewhat awkward at times, but I think it's better than trying to hold out here on the north side of Yasnaya. There's so many points of contest that you need to take up, and this is obviously not ending over towards that northeast side. I mean, it could, but it'd be very unlikely. I think for S1, you've got to take your chances here and moving off towards the west. Hellion coming in over on that north side of Rozhok now. It is interesting that we saw DE, Danger Esports, move down towards that south side. I think they were trying to figure out a rotation up towards that north, but Rozhok is now clean and clear.
S1, 2 players found out in the open. Narcos does go down in response, but that is a much more resable position right now because the other 2 players from S1 locked into this building. Batman trying to rally on out, trying to get in to get those reses, but It's going to be a hell of a dash. Actually, he's going for the flush instead. There's all sorts of angles to contend with. Does get a lot of damage in, and somehow they're able to get the flush, but Batman goes down for it. I am really not sure about that one. 3 players now for S1 down on bended knee.
That was a
I think that's the situation where FaZe had to be much quicker on the ball there. Letting Batman roll up like that, especially when you had that information pass.
You haven't been sleeping good a lot of times.
Unforgivable. On the other hand,
is it the same thing that we talked about in the past? I know you probably don't want to lay out everything on stream, but I think that has to do with what we spoke about in the past, right?
There.
And take a risk, take your time.
Index Little Gaming a couple of points up on the tables as well, so good news for them. From the north side though, they'll play on as 3. The circle's going to push away from them. Now it's a bit of a test. Can they get through Yasnaya, or do they go west and try and cross that way?
Okay. Nade. A little bit fighting up against Rook, to be honest with you. Second one goes through, gets another knock on this one. This evil work coming through from Molodoi from upstairs. Nade after nade after nade.
Well,
an upgrade will pick themselves up.
Just
4 eliminations off the back of that. Unbelievably
We missed that one, and it came through on the replay. We were up north with Lil X Gaming.
Oh, you've just been doing too much. Then you should take it easy. I mean, I know you probably have to do what they're saying, but
it's pretty tricky to try and navigate that one. It's easy to get embroiled, to get a little bit too focused, tunnel visioned.
Yeah, they just stopped. I don't know why they stopped. I don't think there was a reason to stop underneath the compound that sits just above Lil X right now. I think you just vehicle your way through and meander. Try and find a position on that western side. I think most teams had opted to come down towards that south, towards Yasnaya in the first place, so this area should have been fairly free. Unfortunate for S1. Again, hindsight is 20/20 at the end of the day.
Yeah. Taking a look at the composition of this circle, the teams at the moment in the middle, Energy in that primary compound, right, that sits to the west side of those Yasnaya fields, dead center, so much control out to the east, the north, and the south. Really difficult to approach. That river creates a natural blockade to the west as well. Makes it pretty difficult to crash onto, especially when you've got multiple teams putting pressure on, taking attention out their way. You've got non-head on the north side of it as well, in a fairly central position. They should be pretty happy with themselves right now. And
Uzbekistan team. So I think normally whenever PMGO is host in our country, they have teams playing that open qualifier like all the teams that's within that country. So that's what we're watching right now.
Some good sprays, some good jumps as well coming through. Jordan will get ran down. Now just 1 player remaining. Bazedka, Crystal Gaming is a 1v1 at the moment. Montana would like to get his teammates back up on their feet. Stage 3 right now, so it is possible.
Yeah, to be able to get those teammates back up, but you only got 40 seconds here, Blank. You really need to prioritize getting people out of this zone as soon as that zone touches its zone 4. Not Resable in the blue. Spray down from Montana, that's just going to waste time. That's burning the candle here. Jordan not going to be able to get up here, and this is just harassment coming through from Heavenly Angels, and this is making a
lot... one player up there, I should just rush him.
More of a difficult situation for Montana, and he has to give up the ghost. A really well-positioned fight. But how did he just hop out there? I think that was another buggy roll-up, but into the backlines. Will have to flee. Just one player playing on.
Long. I mean, it's one guy up there should have full send.
Into the back of the buggy, let that thing roll. Again, I think for Heavenly Angels, they actually make a very smart choice here, which is to instantly go for the reses. They know there's only 1 player on the hilltop, and again, it's just a completely separate idea of the situation where Jordan waits for the player a little bit before going for the reses, but should have gone for a similar tactic, which is to instantly get on those reses on the hillside while the smokes were still up.
They should have just gone for the res.
That actually leads Heavenly Angels to be winning that fight, and I thought Crystal Angels actually had it a little bit there, honestly. So big mistake, I would say, been made. Again, hesitation really is the killer a lot of times here in PUBG Mobile. In the meantime, Circle moved over towards that western side, leaving a little bit of that western edge in. In the meantime, Defo Dark moving back across towards the Rozhok Bridge, but they will have to deal with Hellion in the near future.
This circle does keep those bridges in as well, Blank. Move into that Rozhok Bridge. That could be a 5th place play right there for Defo Dark, with the reduced numbers of players that they've got available as well. After their earlier scraps, they're only playing as 2 out on that western edge. It could potentially be one of the strongest spots for them in terms of point scoring potential for the rest of this match. However, a conflict, a challenge now for a really important compound as Upgrade have finally pulled the trigger on leaving Yasnaya. They've made it across the open with 2. They've still got 1 player in the back line. Ramsey's still up in the main.
the entire week, if you can.
To take, honestly. I think for Upgrade, they send some players out. Ramsey's still providing oversight. You really want this spot. And already, we have a good setup in place. The smokes are dissipating, though, which is the only difficulty, but they are slowly gaining ground. Closet and Triple S looking to pull out the nades now. I think you do need to start throwing these bad boys. A strong one sent through. Now Molodoi does need to reposition. Great Molotov.
And then he's gonna get knocked from the compound. This building is really tough.
Huge. Excellent spray down there. The sweep out wide comes on through. That comes from Runzen. Another tickle of damage, another nade as well. This could be good from Buzz, but it bounces off the window, goes outside here, and there's another shutdown across the way as well as Triple S is super, super low now. Has to hit the deck and go for the heal because there is an approaching pressure from Upgrade. Runzen straight on in for the fight. Triple S goes down, doesn't know which way to look. 2 doors to control, and none of them going to work out for him. Upgrade with a clean take. Now can they get this regroup? Move the players back on in. All 4 players alive.
I wouldn't hold there unless I have
incredibly
to.
smart.
You know, like late circle, they're gonna YOLO crash somewhere and it's free, I'll take it, but that's not a good compound
honestly,
to
the
hold.
fact that it kept Ramses in the back line there meant that they could hold this aggressive angle over on the eastern side before they start to push up. Great setup, like I said, with the
evade without
smoke,
stream.
placing players out of position.
I wish I could have streamed late, but I can't sometimes because I have practice at 4:35 AM, so I have to get in some sleep. That's why I don't really stream late. I'm usually streaming around this time.
I don't think it's the best place to be, but that ridge line that sits behind it, fantastic. Now they know the majority of the northeast side is clear.
It's a little bit of a worry as well that you could potentially be picked off from the south, from those fields, but NRG have control over that area, and that soft pressure that exists all over that eastern side is stopping teams from moving up. Teams like you've got Divergent Gaming on that south side, right, as well as Danger Esports, all looking to try and move around that area, but there is just no way that they could do that under the purview of NRG. That gives Upgrade a lot more safety to do what you've just described.
Exactly. I mean, for NRG, they clear that southeast portion. Upgrade, by happenstance of being in Yasnaya early, they've already cleared out the northeast side of the field. So yeah, a lot of area on the eastern edge of the map already completely removed from play. In the meantime, we have F5 currently coming against Hellion, who are in the warehouse. There's a nade towards the back, does tag. This is a uncomfortable fight. Both teams know they have to leave in the near future as the circle starts to close in. Overall, the high ground advantage does go through to Hellion, just with those buildings to play off the back of.
Time to
we'll
get going.
How they pan this one out, because honestly, there is a world where Hellion
they don't need to fight.
Gets towards the circle early,
but I would have wrapped the zone early and hold them off.
I mean, there's a lot of trees to get around in the first place, goodness me. But in order to create cover in front of them, right, and Hellion can establish that line, that is one hell of a smoke train. You don't know which way they're coming from, but that is a huge investment of resources into a stage 5 circle. We'll see if that comes back to bite them, or if they can supply off of the death crates that they're hoping to pick up here. Wozto will go low. That rock now getting bombarded out, but the players have made their way across, and it is Danger Esports to find their way up to the wall. Finally, there's an answer, and 2 of them go down. Health bars are starting to drain, and all the way at the back line, Dynamo's the only response. 3 players now have fallen, and it's all up to Senator. DRG not going to let this one slide. Senator around the broken wall will have one player go down before him, but has to try and scramble to stay alive. The last survivor for Danger Esports as DRG sent them packing.
Good hold from DRG, honestly, but about 15 grenades invested there, by the way. It was pretty insane. I think you could have waited for the vehicle sounds to come up before you started tossing them, especially because they were cooking them so long that they were going to prime instantly. I think at that point you just toss in like almost a minefield where you don't cook the grenades at all and you just toss them into the smoke, and that can catch players off guard quite frequently, or at least slow down that push. But for DRG, either way, they do an excellent job at rebutting Senator and the rest of Danger Esports. But again, only player with still a few grenades on hand is Dynamo, but I imagine that they're being shared out between the team. Lil X moving up on that northwest side. This is that gas station that I talked about earlier. Akecyber not allowing them to have too much fun over here.
Yep, here comes a crash.
No, it's a difficult place to move around. Akecyber, though, only with 2 players, could maybe have a little bit of difficulty in holding all of this out on their own. Luckily, they've got that sideswipe angle, as you say, from Upgrade and from Montana, who actually did just get taken down there on the riverbank. And that is Hellion making a nuisance of themselves, the rapscallions that they are, down towards the south edge. Point as well from Groza, as just one player now remains from Intex Little Gaming.
Yeah, just Pobeda, 77, on his lonesome. Hellion actually
get shot
have
from
a large
Sniper
amount of
Tower.
space to work with on this western side. And this is quite tumultuous ground as well, so it's pretty good when it comes to holding teams out.
I
will say, you know, overall I've been very impressed by these Uzbekistan teams.
Yeah.
The fact that quite a few of them are unknown on that global scene, they have been playing extremely well. I have seen some more prestigious qualifiers go a lot worse than this.
Oh yeah. Sometimes you wonder what they are thinking, but this time around, it's nice, it's chill. We're getting some little standouts here. Two players from Upgrade tried to get a little bit bold there. Buzz does get cut down, and they are trying to move up to get this res. Ooh, very, very heavy hit there over towards Buzz, and that's the flush coming through. That is really nasty stuff. And losing a player for Upgrade at such a pivotal moment when they have to go for this road crossing in a couple of seconds is really, really unfortunate. Energy just pushing them away from that high ground angle. You can see how this compound is talked about as such a strong position out on the west side of Yas Fields.
Yeah, honestly, it's a tough play, but in my opinion, you wrap down towards the eastern side and you play up on the lip just behind NRG's compound towards the road. Not ideal, but then you could potentially try and work the southern edge of the circle and move in there. But again, if Upgrade want to prioritize eliminations, try and take out Hellion, try to take down the final player from Ake Cyber, that is also a respectable decision. You know, heading over towards NIG side on the lip, that's where they can survive a little bit longer. But this is how you eke out every little morsel of points out of this game.
Okay. Who was the forward scout for Hellion. They invested 3 players holding out the last player from Ake Cyber on that northwestern side. They started to move a second player in, and now maybe Upgrade have read into that, but they've only got 1 player across. He's going to get run down by the front bumper of the buggy. Groza not going to be able to step towards him today, no sir. Upgrade cut down to 2.
Yeah, dropping the smoke in that was maybe not the ideal play. 9 eliminations so far for Hellion. A really nice game from them. Upgrade with 8, second highest in the lobby at the moment. But with only 2 players, starts to get a little bit more difficult.
Nice.
Svenster goes down. Hellion.
They did it. That's the right thing to do, especially if it's just one dude up with a circle around, because he's gonna be in
a great effect. Good nade, but
defense mode. I just fall in.
Upgrade going forward.
Not going to be able to blast the door off the hinges there, unfortunately. Most notably in the circle blank, I'm looking at Energy. They've had a fantastic position for so long, but they've only got 1 elim. Now's where they need to stand up, start taking these fights to extract value from this game. Getting a chicken dinner would be great, but if it's only 2 elims, that doesn't give you as much of a buffer as you want to be able to find. Upgrade, they're out for blood here, though. They've already found 8 elims, so already a good result for them, and a top 4 guaranteed. If they can take a player down with from Hellion with them, they're going to be happy with this one. Ramses, though, not going to be so lucky. Up in smoke, goes his vehicle, and he's soon to follow.
Yeah, it's late. It's really late to make this play.
Getting shot from so much teams, you're dead for sure.
1 player now. Ruzen finding 2, though, is pretty massive. I think he desperately wants these flushes, though. If he can get the tally up to 10, the ideal. Has to move through the field. Great spray, not enough. Extremely low HP, and Energy continues to pepper him through the smoke. A nade goes out. It's a desperate one, but both players are fairly low. I don't think either are going to drop.
Falcon had 9 rounds left in that magazine. Just a little bit further, he might have been able to catch the reload, get across. A low HP Groza was going for that heal, but as it stands now, Hellion are up to 12 elims. They've got the outside angle on towards Energy. They are in a prime spot here to take this one home. However, Divergent Gaming, the masters of subtlety, late game insurgency, they'll find on that south edge.
I mean, to be honest with you, NRG really don't have too much of an answer. into this game. This is a uphill fight for them from this compound, and although it's provided them safety for the majority part of the game, this might be quite the low pointer. If they go down in third, which is, you know what, somewhat likely, considering I reckon that Hellions going to likely play on this north, down towards the south. I think this is the likely scenario that NRG is the first to fall out of these three teams.
And with only that one Elim point, it's not as good as they were hoping for. Now, Divergent Gaming have taken a lot of this south side of the hill. Hellion a little bit more hesitant to try and go for this conflict. As soon as they pull the trigger on taking that fight with DRG, though, you do allow Energy to move out of this compound, right? Because you're preoccupied, you have a lot less pressure. So you don't want to be fighting across on these two teams on that western edge.
This is where inexperience could come into effect, because I think most experienced teams would opt to just hold, basically on either side. And it'd be a handshake, right?
Yeah.
That they would opt to not fight one another until NRG comes outside that compound. And I worry there with the way DRG as well as Hellion were playing is that they were kind of priming themselves to go up against one another. Luckily, they have actually made the right move. And again, this is why I am impressed by the Uzbekistan esports at the moment, because this is a high-level play, to be honest with you, to go for this. Now, NRG gets thrown a little bit of a bone down towards that eastern side, but I still think that time's going to get rough for them now. They have to remove themselves from the compounds, in which case both Hellion and DRG, Divergent Gaming, should be taking shots.
You can see they're just getting trapped in the corner there with Daggy and Gagash trapped on the inside. Azik has that off angle. You can see behind the tree in the distance for Hellion Gaming. Will have to leave it, but Energy going to have to move first. 16 seconds until the blue zone closes. They're starting to move their smoke train out. This is where they need to make their move, make their maneuver work. Gagash first through.
I think they can make zone without no pressure because you have to go up more on the hill.
He's into the zone as well. Has now got a bit of an inside track. NRG leaving a player on the back lines, getting tagged up by the blue, wants to get a little bit of healing, but kept an angle under control. Hellion Gaming have let them out.
They're getting a little bit too close for comfort, though, in my opinion, at the moment.
This is tough for NRG.
Hellion, they have really given up
because
way
they're
too much ground here.
They're between two teams.
Side, they control the majority of this space at the moment. I think Hellion gave too much. And it's a smart move from Divergent Gaming to actually move over towards this north side.
They can place a good
little bit too focused on this fight between them and NRG.
They can place this nade, they can get two Kadera bunch up right there.
Forwards earlier wasn't cerebral, it was more hesitancy, but this time around they're going to quell those nerves, but oh, this is disaster! A run down into each other, and Daggy strikes perfectly around the tree trunk, cuts a second down, and Falcon now needs to have his wings clipped if they want to keep this one going, and NRG break the mold out of the compound and into the hills.
Daggy, baby! What a unbelievable spray down. Again, they light themselves up with the tree and the lumberjack comes through and it all comes crashing down around them.
I know it's probably
Divergent Gaming come in to
clean
up. Is this the back-to-back?
Maybe not. There's still Dynamo to worry about. First knock is found. Divergent Gaming have a little bit more trouble to handle. Energy losing players. Gagash, spray down connects. Weapon swap for Dynamo, moves forwards, and Gagash goes down next. One player now left in the backlines. It's NRG with one hope now. Shake up against the tree, up against the crate. Gets one, confirms the flush. Crucial point potentially, but there's the nade over the top. That should do it. And it is the back-to-back here in the Uzbek finals. Divergent Gaming making a name for themselves.
Yep.
Definitely diverging away from the north, that's for sure.
They're playing. They won the Sun Hawk earlier.
And as they should be. Fantastic plays from both games. And again, great positioning. We saw that on Sandhawk where they took that position in the valley. Very awkward to play there a lot of times, as well as this match where Hellion a little bit too far focused on the eliminations to the point that they squeezed themselves into a really uncomfortable corridor on that north side of the map. I think in that situation, what you really wanted to do was just allow NRG to come to you. For them, they were chomping at the bit a little bit too much, whereas Divergent Gaming, they were happy to be like, we'll probably take two from NRG. And for DRG, they're like, fine, you go for that. We're going to take better position in the process. So honestly, extremely well done, macro and micro there in that game coming through from DRG.
Yeah, I would agree on that front. They were able to play that south side very, very well, holding people at arm's length, striking where they needed to. And to be fair to Hellion, being elimination focused, sure, but they got a lot of points that game for being elimination focused. You can see how NRG were able to just move on out into their territory. A little bit of hesitancy there to go for that fight. But as soon as that fight concluded, DRG were all over it.
Yeah, absolutely. And why not? I think DRG were very happy for those two teams to kind of bloody and bruise one another on that north side before they moved on in. It was just a fantastic game overall. And one of the 2 knocks that they received was from a teammate on a miss nade.
That is unfortunate. Here are the stats.
Incredible opening 2 matches. What an absolutely amazing way to kickstart the Open Qualifier finals. Back-to-back chicken dinners. Your confidence has got to be through the roof now, right?
Hammaga assalomu alaykum. Mana bugun Divergent jamoasidan bitta ishtirokchi Kuki nomli Jasur aka qandoq mana shu ketma-ket 2 marta yutib g'olib bo'lganiga shunchalik ishonchingiz kuchli, shunchalik qattiq tayinlandingizmi?
Assalomu alaykum hammaga. Qo'llab-quvvatlash kelganligiga kattakon rahmat. Biz bu turnirga yaxshi tayyorlandik, yaxshi fokus bilan. Xohlasa chempion bo'lamiz. Hammaga rahmat.
They were very well prepared for the tournament. We were like night and days preparing, very focused, so they're hoping to win, and they will.
Well, you're off to an incredible start. Now, I've got to ask you, how does it feel to be competing here in your hometown in front of this crowd who has been so amazing since the very beginning of this show? How has that been for you guys?
O'yinni boshida kelganingizda shuncha odamlarning oldida kelib, o'yin shuncha kompetitorslarning oldida o'ynash.
Yeah, chat. They won back to back. They're playing really good. From the get-go, I think the first game was restart. They had to do a restart because of technical issue on the first game, and they were playing well. They played
This wasn't his first
in the
tournament,
following
so
match
he wasn't
after the
nervous at
restart.
all.
They won that game,
So he thanks
and
all the organizers as
they
well.
won again. They're
Not
playing
nervous
really
at all, but
good.
You're showing amazing amount of confidence now. I just wanted to ask you before I let you go, is there anything that you would like to say to your fans or to your friends or family who have been supporting you throughout this entire journey up to this point?
Sizni qo'yishdan oldin, joyingizga o'tirishingizdan oldin sizni so'ramoqchi, qo'llab-quvvatlagan ota-onalaringiz, ota-onalaringizga nima deyishni xohlardingiz?
Ularga ishonch bildirganligi uchun rahmat aytaman. Xohlasa ishonchini oqlaymiz.
For supporting him, he's very thanking everyone, and he's very willing to win this tournament.
Looking to win this tournament, well, you're off to the right start. Kuke, thank you so much for joining us here in this post-match interview, and congratulations. Let's make some noise for Kuke and Divergent Gaming. And for now, we're going to head back over to the analyst desk.
Rahmat kattakon sizga.
Well, thank you, Barney. I mean, what can we say about DRG? What a performance. Back to back. I was not expecting that on day one.
We were saying like, oh, you got only 6 games, be careful. They're like, only? 2 wins.
We can win it.
get-go. I think they were still hesitant in some parts of this game we're going to be talking about later, but they understood, okay, when we are aggressive, when we show willingness to control these late-game circle initiate zones, we just obliterate everyone, and I feel like that's going to bleed into now our last four matches of the day.
Yeah, and I mean, for me, right off the bat, something I have to mention, Helium. I was talking about how I wanted to see some of those teams that were kind of slow at the start being able to rebound. They were able to do just that, but I want to take a look at the MVP of the first Erangel here on the Uzbekistan Open Qualifier Finals, because I don't know. I think I have an idea. If it's not, oh, it's actually not. It's Pobeda. I thought it was going to be none other than Daggy Baby with what he was able to do to Helium Gaming.
Actually, they were involved in quite a lot of fights on the northern side, especially near that bridge location. So a lot of gatekeeping was happening, and Pobeda's like, just come my way, and I will get 3 points. Thank you very much. And I don't know if he was saying that in particular, but definitely getting a lot of those eliminations. So yeah, definitely a lot more styling in this game, but still getting points that could put you up in that top 5 position you want to be at the end of today.
There he is. Okay, I knew he was going to be somewhere here. Wait, he gets to be the #1 top player, but not MVP.
He's second.
Disappointing.
Same.
Melody, though, being able to back it up once again for Upgrade. Upgrade, I did enjoy some of the stuff that I was seeing from them in regards to being aggressive, and Melody there with 5 eliminations.
Yeah, Molodoi definitely doing a lot of heavy lifting in that fight. The nades, right? The nades they were using in that fight versus, I don't remember the team name, but there was a team they were pushing on earlier in that compound northeast. And that utility was used so damn efficiently that they just cleared the position when Ramses actually was still scouting in the backside. So they're like, 3 players, more than enough for this breach, and it clearly was at the end.
I mean, at the end, I feel like for a second, everybody forgot about Divergent. Everybody was just worried on that fight, and Divergent was just chilling out. But they did the right thing for that team. We were kind of talking about it. You know what, Natura, we're just going to jump into it as we're going to be looking at the highlights. Is for DRG, it feels like at first they were pushing a bit too slow, but they did switch it up.
They did, and sometimes, you know, if you don't know a team all that well, it's very easy to kind of go, they're just not doing anything. They don't got that momentum, right? They're so slow. Oh my God, pick it up. No. But the other thing is that sometimes that's exactly what you're supposed to do. You gotta keep it quiet, keep to yourself, keep together, just watch, and then that makes you ready when that moment comes to switch it on and go full send.
I would disagree a little bit. I do think they were too slow and that was not the right approach, but they did switch it up after, like, oh, we were maybe a bit too slow, we need to now be reactive to the teams against us. And that's a big pivot, right? A lot of teams, I think, would just, oh, we play passive, we have to commit and play passive the entire late game. No, they're like, oh, we maybe did a little bit of a mistake, let's switch it up, start actually just blasting teams all around us. And
back to back.
It worked out greatly because that's their second win, and that playstyle is a very
I hope
efficient.
they won and qualify for the main event.
Very, very well for them, for sure.
And then, I mean, for Helium, we got a chance to see some of their plays right here, being able to take on Upgrade. I thought they were actually going to end up losing this fight, but they were able to rebound great after it.
They were, and again, it's that thing of having that mobility that you're able to work with. I mean, this is less than mobile. They crash the cars, and then this happens because Daggy Baby going all out here, 1v3 so easily.
I mean, Daggy Man! He became a man in that fight. Oh my God, he made it happen.
He's no longer Daggy Boy.
No, that's not. That was his old Daggy Boy. Okay.
Yeah.
But no, so definitely really interesting plays in this one. And again, this is being the first Erangel. We had some hot drops happening, right, which gets me excited.
Like the stream, welcome.
Everyone should be like chill.
Everyone here is just a chill day today. We're watch partying.
They're not gonna fight. You think they're going to be chill?
PMGO, Uzbekistan Open Qualifier. This is all the Uzbekistan teams playing for a chance to play in the grand final.
See that is not going out well for them. Just back off. Don't do it. Don't take the risk, considering that we're only going to have so many matches left. As we take a look here at the match ranking once again. Why not? The back-to-back, 18 points for them. And Helium, this is why I keep hyping them up. 12 eliminations, and you were telling me, Max, they were just so quiet. I didn't even notice they had those eliminations at one point.
Okay, I'm going to say a very weird sentence, okay?
Okay, we're all ears.
They were weirdly aggressive, and quietly aggressive almost in this game, because they were just on the western side, not involved in really strong POIs for the late game circle, which they were just sweeping edge at that point. They were actually in Garden, east of Rozov. They were just chilling in that location. If you would get close, they would take a few shots at you. But most importantly, and this is something you mentioned, Niptra, in this game, the moment the 3-1 split of our central team of NRG just kind of came back to a 4-man group in the compound, there was a big vacuum that was created that Helium instantly just pulled the trigger on taking that spot for themselves.
Yeah, it's a difficult thing to really think about, because if they hadn't regrouped to the compound, if they had regrouped to the hills instead, then you would have the likes of Upgrade able to fill that vacuum of the compound. So it's a really difficult spot to be put in, you're right. But they went for the lesser of two evils, and unfortunately for them,
like
really
the stream,
just able
guys.
to sweep in, as you said.
Yeah, and then they're just able to take fight also versus Upgrade, stop that rotation from happening, a few
Really
stragglers happening on the northern side. Until, unfortunately, as we saw, the two cars crash, and I think that just kind of destroys the entire game plan, because I really believe here, and Seven's nodding a little bit, I believe if that car crash does not happen, I think Helion win the game.
Yeah.
Hear me out. You know what? Yes. Come on. With the way that they were performing, I mean, DRG was just able to fully surprise them. So looking at the overall ranking here, and this is what we're kind of giving them props, right? Now, we were talking, you mentioned it too, Max, talking about 6 matches only. Well, guess what? They currently have a nice 12-point lead, and on top of that, in first place with 37 points, Neptura.
Yes, absolutely. It's a nice little gap they've got going on, especially when, again, you remember we've only got 4 more games left. That is it, right? So with those back-to-back wins, they are sitting pretty at the minute.
Yeah, I'm actually going to start focusing a little bit on the lower pack teams, because 2 wins out of 6 matches here, the lower teams, right? You're like, okay, you see that what's been successful in this lobby are aggressive teams taking up space in these late to mid-game zones. If you're bottom of the rankings, if you're non-head, if you're Rook, if you're Danger Esports, if you're T71 Aggressor, you need to start bringing the heat, because otherwise, guess what? After this game, we're halfway done.
Yeah.
You're not going to have enough time to get first place. Top 5 maybe, but even then, it's going to be a rough task for them to pull off.
I mean, look at the teams at the bottom, right? You got Rook right now with only 2 points, NH with 1 point. The 7-2-1, I feel like at least they're being able to get those eliminations. But right now, besides those elims that they're being able to get here and there, they might need to change that gameplay, Max. The question becomes, can they do it in such a short time, especially with all the pressure that they currently have?
And we're not going to have to wait long to know that. We're going to know in the next 4 matches here. But I'm actually looking here at some of the stats. A lot of the bottom teams, very low placement points, a lot of bubbles happening there. I think that's an issue of hot drops that hopefully that might be resolved, because Warnerangle is already done and dusted.
Yep, hopefully that is the case indeed. You know, they got all the jitters out, now they know what's going on. But what do we have on our screen, Seven?
It's none other than BYD is the #1 NEV producer in the world. As part of the PUBG Mobile Global Open, BYD is proud to be the event sponsor. To learn more about BYD models and the flexible financing, make sure cars look pretty awesome, and I like that it has that wrap there on the left.
It's so nice.
Do you think there's
do you think we can get a chance to drive it?
Do you think it's been charged up? Can I just get in and just drive it?
The lights are on, right? They have to be charged up.
Right?
I mean, yeah, you know, I don't know why I didn't catch on that.
I'm not even going to say what was it.
This man is too smart, or I'm just not smart enough, I don't know.
It's all right, you're just too focused on that Infinix. But one thing that we do have with the Infinix that we have available, and for everybody currently watching at home, keep an eye out for those vertical streams, because they are available on TikTok, and on top of that, on the Esports PUBG Mobile channel, as Max is currently showcasing it in. Max. Max, you can't take that one home, okay?
Okay, I mean, that's why I forgot mine.
They're gonna think I'm gonna take it home.
That's why I forgot mine, so I can say, oh, I don't have one.
Oh.
But I do
Hey,
have one.
Tenzin, no one really doesn't have one?
Wait, no. But yeah, for real though, the vertical stream, the vert stream, game changer. If you are too lazy to do this, this is pretty cool. And actually, now that you can have streams on different platforms, like on TikTok in particular, it's really cool. I usually watch on YouTube. I might go watch on TikTok now because they have cool remotes over there, I heard.
And on top of that, I mean, we got any chance to talk about it with the casters too. They were talking about it during the match. Don't forget about that map stream. And there's the schedule. We're already finished off 2 matches. Can they get that back-to-back Neptura?
Can they get a turkey? A turkey dinner?
What?
That's the first time I ever heard of that.
There ain't no way. I got
like
that from you guys. There ain't no way.
She's making an impact on her first day here at PMGO.
I am. That's what I aim to do. I aim to please. But yeah, honestly, the way they're playing, possible. It's possible.
I think that it's unlikely to get 3 in a row. I think that we had some other teams that, like, especially Helion, right? I think that they showed potential, energy, upgrade. I think one of those is maybe going to get our 3rd win of the day today.
I mean,
today?
We'll have to wait and see. I'm hoping it does happen. I was not expecting a back-to-back. But you know what? In the heat of the battle, the Infinix GT20 Pro is able to deliver not only precision, pro-level speed, and giving players the ultimate edge. This phone is built. Did you just try to steal it?
She tried to put it up to her ear. She's got a headset on. So, okay, so this is not how you use the device, guys.
It's all right. This phone is built to outplay the rest.
Yeah,
it survived the shock,
It survived. great phone. Now let me see the next test.
Yeah, don't do that.
I wouldn't do
You
that.
know what? Give me the phone.
Okay.
Okay,
Please.
keep it,
Thank
please.
you. We'll keep it here. Max, there was one team that you really wanted to talk about. It was none other than NRG.
Yeah, I mean, NRG, that 2-2 split from the very start of the game. Actually, on phase 1, if I'm not mistaken, they had the 2 players playing that main compound that we saw being in that finishing location of this match, and there are 2 players to the western side on the hilltop. Phase 1, Phase 2 having 2-2 splits in 2 strong locations is always something that I would recommend any team to do. And we see it like any level of play, if it's like beginner tournaments or even top tier PMGO, PMGCs, PMGOs also do PMWC, that they just hold on to that location and regroup later on in the better spot. But actually, they then transition Niptera in a 3-1 split.
They did, and I actually really, really liked that from them. We were discussing as well how long they were going to actually hold out that 1-3 split for, because as the zone got a bit smaller, it seemed a little bit more precarious, but you did have that conundrum of that vacuum. If they did go up to that hillside, the vacuum from the compound, because that is a really strong compound, it was going to be filled most likely by Upgrade, who had the lesser position at that point. So that is a team you don't want behind you when you've got a team like Helion, like any of those others, moving up onto that hill behind you as well.
At the end of the day, I don't really care which play they make. You can go for the hilltop, you can go for the compound, as long as you do it as a full squad. Don't just position, ready to fight versus Upgrade, which they end up going to the west. But that play in general was just really well executed because the synergy was so on point.
With going on what you're saying too, teams behind you, players behind you, I remember Upgrade actually ended up making a push, and there was one player that was nowhere near them, and it was Ramses, Max.
Yeah, Ramses actually really far into the backside in Yasnaya Poliana, just not really getting involved, which from that location, he's so far away. He can't get involved, but we talked about it a little bit earlier, right? 3 players clearly was enough to get the compound breach. So Upgrade, good fight, but then that transition was always going to be rough from that compound towards the other teams already in circle.
Well, you know what? There is one team I want to see a little bit more of, because they keep giving me flashes here and there at Crystal Gaming. I feel like this team they keep themselves, put themselves against the wall and not being able to actually fully fulfill what they might be capable of. But let's see what's going to happen here on match 3 as we're going to send it to the commentators, John Allen and Blank.
Thank you very much. We're taking this one back into our domain, Blank, our domain of influence, and see if we can polish up those crystals nice and shiny for 7.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to influence this game too much. Hopefully I can. Not in too much of a way, though, because otherwise I could potentially be biased.
Let's hold up on that stream for the players.
Yes, exactly.
That would be a great idea.
We're not going to do that, actually.
I'm doing it right now.
That's a lie. That's a lie. It's a big lie. It's a big lie.
Already.
It's a big lie. It's a big lie. But 7 is right, honestly. I do quite like the fact that he brought that up about Crystal Gaming, because they're not a terrible team. Honestly, they're not a terrible team. The way that they've been able to get themselves into spots of the map where, you know what, they can get good work done, that kind of diminishes the further the game goes on, where they get to a point where suddenly they will stop moving into the circle, and although they can fight other teams, it doesn't matter if they're in a bad position. That will always drag you down at the end of the day. It's 11:59.
That took me a couple of seconds, but I got it. I got there. It is indeed the end of the day.
And it's John with the new...
Only if you're using a 12-hour clock, though. Otherwise, it's 23:59. But the joke still stands, and I stand by it with you.
I
think, we are going to be heading into our second angle billing
the caster
of
name
the
was,
day.
but
Of course, there are 3.
yeah, that one that I used to caster in back in the day when
the question
Vikindi was a thing. He was one of my favorite caster. I don't remember his name, but
into the next
my 2 favorite caster overall is John Allen and Blank, and we have Blank with the new
quite a
look.
lot of points in that first match. They got a lot from that second match as
Here
well.
all growing out mustache.
Have they already qualified towards those at least prelims?
He normally
if
like
not in the running for
have
that
a
first
taper
place spot.
fade.
Little bit dastardly playing path on the east side here, Blank, but it shouldn't be too problematic for teams heading towards
If we
Milton.
were in this lobby, this would have been a good job for us, because
honestly, for quite
it's flying right over our drop location on the side of the map.
Situation to Crystal Gaming where you get caught on the outside. I think for non-head,
it's really tough for the team that lose Georgia Pool, North Georgia, Burnley,
it's not so much as you get
Gatka,
esports scene,
Quarry.
the upper echelons.
I mean, Quarry,
it's certainly something that needs to be
you can probably float, but if teams get Vico and loot Quarry, you're gonna get contested for sure. But if we were in this lobby, this would have been a good job for us, but not all the teams that have to go up north.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that changes, if that rotation is altered at all into this match. And seems like a similar crop of teams going to be heading out towards military base. You've got Zero Max Gaming over in Novo. playing for that east side bridge. Rook on a Milta split right now. No Head Gaming on that farm area. Over on the west edge, you've got Danger Esports as well, all the way out to the west side. It looks like they're going to be heading all the way out towards Primorsk, or trying to get across as far as they can. Circle on the northwest, fairly chilled out Circle, all things considered.
Yeah, Duffer Dark over towards Primorsk. We've got Danger Esports towards Pachinki.
Ah, yes.
Cyber on a big split at the moment. Non-Head seeming to change their position quite frequently, from Sandhawk now to Arangel as well, heading over towards Farm, instead of starting over towards Ferry Pier. We do get a fairly central circle, honestly, towards Rozhok and Ruins. Always a fun place on the map to engage in battle, I would say. I do like playing around the hilltops in these areas, especially the storm drains that come into play around towards Pachinki. But we'll have to wait and see, because I'm getting a little bit of ahead of myself here. We're not even in stage 2 just yet. For these teams, though, again, the ones that piqued our interest, obviously Divergent Gaming, but we do have to talk about a couple of others. Upgrade in particular, fantastic gun skill, really difficult stuff happening for them. You can, as always, find our official map feed now live on PUBG Mobile Esports over on YouTube. So do check that out if you want to keep up to date with all the rotations coming through. I mean, we've been banging on for a long, long time about having a public map feed for you guys. So go check it out. You have a second screen, second monitor, second whatever.
Yeah.
You can put it on it. You can take you can photocopy it. It might not stay up to date, but you'll have it.
That's true. You will be able to know. You can certainly screenshot it. I think that might be more efficient. But then again, I don't know how technology works. I've not got an Infinix GT20 Pro. I'm sure they can handle it.
Yeah, but I can see one at the end of the table.
I mean, you guys have to help us as well, because we've been asking for a public map feed for a while. So if you guys aren't watching it, then we're going to look like numpties. So you guys need to go and watch it so that we don't look like silly sausages.
We wanted to help you.
Yeah.
You at home. Because we appreciate you guys. You tune in regularly for PUBG Mobile Esports. At the moment, though, Upgrade over towards Yasnaya, as per usual. Going to head out on an early rotation this time, though, over towards Severny and shooting range. Lil X over towards Kameshki, split Stalber. We'll see how S1 deals with this rotation. We saw it go pretty poorly, and they're going to have to go for that same rotation again. I recommend, and I would hope, that they just go for a fast crossing over towards that north side of Yasnaya. They could even pass through Yasnaya now, knowing that likely Upgrade has uprooted themselves and sent across towards that western edge.
And they are on the road, nice and swiftly, although a little bit low on the armor there for Ruzen. Level 1 helmet and vest as well. Maybe looking to upgrade that. Has got a pump action as well, so maybe a little bit sparse in terms of the loot, which is interesting for dropping Yaz. Either way, we'll see what more they can get done as we head further into this circle. The first is closing now with 4 minutes until we see the next circle. Teams will be starting to make their way on, and you can see Energy Gaming after a convincing performance in that previous match. That's going to put them up in 21 points in 3rd place. They're playing out for Rapovka. Pretty tricky rotation ahead of them, I'd say. Trying to move past that prison area can be quite treacherous, especially with DRG littered in the area. That north edge going over Yasnaya, you know that's going to be contested. And moving down south, you know the teams from Military Island are also going to be pushing into there. So I think that Energy really have to pick their poison when it comes to their rotate forwards.
Yeah, it's one of the things where, honestly, I would expect them to go for a northern rotate as well. They could actually, you know, head towards the west as well and just follow up towards S1 as well as Divergent Gaming. Could also be a very efficient choice, but I think that likely their decision will stem from stage 2 and where the circle goes, because it could easily head far north, in which case you would want to wrap around Kameshki instead of passing by Mansham. In the meantime, Heavenly Angels over towards the western side, around Gatka. A lot of space for them to play in with Cyber as well as Defo Dark, not quite making their way up that way too early. We saw in a lot of the test matches, the 721 aggressors being incredibly, as the name would suggest, aggressive in those matches. That's kind of died down a little bit here in the actual qualifiers. So I am waiting to see when that more brutal side starts to make an appearance.
Yeah, we haven't really seen what we want to from them, and I know Seven's pretty disappointed over on the desk, but you know what? It's not all about him. Not this time around. And maybe we'll have to focus more on Crystal Gaming in 5th place right now, Blank. And as we said before, it is the top 5 who will progress further into this tournament, with 1st place obviously going directly to the finals of the PMGO with that direct invite spot. The next 4 teams down from 2nd to 5th place getting their way into the prelims that will start tomorrow, and only on a 6-match set as well. So every big performance here is really, really impactful when it comes to getting your chance to see yourself in those top 5.
Yeah, again, I think the guys on the desk were discussing, I can't say guys anymore, the lads and ladette were discussing whether you want to get straight to the finals or through to the prelims. And again, yeah, I would definitely agree that you want to go straight through to the finals. Although experience is generally nice, going into that top 5 and making it through, sometimes that can be quite difficult. So not necessarily, maybe you get some more experience, but there's a high chance that you don't make it to the finals, especially playing against some of the strong teams that will be joining us over in those prelims. So I'd be very excited to see who does get that final spot here from the qualifiers, because I can definitely tell from the few games that we've watched so far that some of these teams certainly deserve a spot and are incredibly strong.
If I had to guess your pick, I would say you're an Upgrade fan right now.
No, actually.
Okay, interesting.
Although I am very impressed by Upgrade.
They lost you on that last push.
No, they didn't. I still think they made do with a difficult location on the map. All right, they had, let's be honest, it was a difficult location on the map to play. They did their best with it. Unfortunately, it didn't come to pass. There was a lot of strong locations already on the map, and they attempted to make that crossing. Again, I don't think they're a team that looks for safety plays, which would have been to head over towards the eastern side around the back of NRG. The difference maker is just that the way that Divergent Gaming has played is that it kind of speaks to my more analytical side, where I do really enjoy some of the rotates they've been making, and it's slow but assured gameplay. But when it comes down to taking the shots, to taking the engagements, they do a damn fine job of it. So yeah, I think Divergent Gaming, it is kind of like supporting the prime team so far, but you know, there's a reason for that.
Yeah, what other evidence do you have to go on, to be fair? At the moment, unless you're a die-hard fan of the Uzbek scene. But either way, an impressive start for those two rosters, and I think you're right to highlight both of them. Even if Upgrade have been a little bit more bombastic, a little bit more dynamic and flashy, there is that subtlety that DRG have been able to show off in these last 2 matches, and to be able to do that back-to-back is fantastic.
Yeah.
And to be fair, they did have a pretty rotten time in the Valley over on Sandhawk. And by all rights, you might not have called them as a winner towards the later stages of that circle, but being able to survive as long as they did in that scenario, they were the clear winners towards the end. Which was unfortunate for the teams that surrounded them. If that spray down, if that side swipe angle had have worked, it would have been a different story. But they still were able to make their way there.
It was a chaotic finish on Sandhawk as well. I think that has to be said. They were dealing with angles from all sorts of locations. But again, they placed themselves in a spot where they were banking on 2 teams being on either side, which would give them some protection, and they just took in towards what I would argue is the stronger side of the mountain in terms of being able to peek over and take shots. So yeah, a strong play, one that was predicated off the back of some pretty damn good information. But here, we'll have to see how things pan out. They are down towards the south of school, but we can't bang on about Divergent all day long. There are other teams inside of these qualifiers. Heavenly Angels did move up from the western side of Gatka over towards the northeast, just sitting on the precipice of ruins at the moment, with Defo Dark being able to actually swing through fairly far from Primos. Didn't expect to see them in front of Upgrade as well as the 7-20-21 Aggressors and Egg Cyber. So I'd like to see how their game goes here, because you know what, Defo Dark, although they haven't had those standout moments, they don't look like complete pushovers.
Ooh, a little bit of a side angle there from Upgrade, and it's Egg Cyber on the southwest edge, taking those pot shots out their way, trying to force their way up the hill. Ooh, Zvezda with a close range nade. Monotone might be unaware of this. Over the top, the cook is there. Doesn't have time to get out of the way, but just about gets cover in the vehicle. Zvezda not going to be able to connect on the second, but Runzen's down on the top line. That is the 7-2-1 Aggressor, third partying from the east side of this fight. Zvezda just about tucks in back behind the headland, back behind the vehicle. Buzz can't quite connect. Can the rest of his team move up to support in a 3-way engagement?
Yeah, Upgrade down a player now, so only with 2 alive and 1 player currently knocked, make that 2 players down with 2 players still alive on Upgrade. Difficult terrain to play. They wrapped quite far from Yasnaya down towards the south side. Little to no information available to them on that one. Unfortunately, doesn't go too well at all with the 721 aggressors and Ake Cyber working quite well alongside one another on this tiered location of the map. Pachinki currently held by Danger Esports. They moved in there fairly early on, actually, so they were having quite a good time during this match.
Circle popping up here, goes to the southwest side, and will give a lot of ground over towards those Pachinki areas. A lot of that space now going to be occupied by Ake Cyber and the 721 aggressors who we saw jousting for that position in the hills, but now they're isolating themselves back towards those opposing hilltops. Hellion on the north side, going to be pushing their way on in as well.
Overall.
Rook leaving themselves a little bit
They
lower
can win with
a
lot of kills.
Yeah, again, for DRG, it's a fairly fantastic position.
I think it's just one day of qualifiers.
The fact they've been able to
one day of
hold on this
open
east side
qualifiers for the Uzbekistan team. Sorry,
Hellion, though,
I would have to check though to confirm on that. But
Max called them weirdly aggressive. I would be hesitant to not agree.
But hang on a minute. Let me hesitant. Okay. So you're agreeing?
I'm agreeing.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that it's a good way to describe this team. They had some pretty pop-off moments.
Ooh. Maybe one of them popping in now. Cup of tea for him. Maybe a scone if they're lucky. On the northeast side of Pachinki, they're trying to make their way through. On the east edge, they got no head in the storm drain now. Trying to fend off against it. Nades being traded back and forth. A nice bobble over the top. Closer to the grave. Romy, 1 or 2 players now that stands for no head, and on the east edge, it's going to be a pretty difficult scenario for them.
Yep, non-head struggling right now.
That's what I said.
In the storm drain.
That is 100% what I said. I don't know what you're talking about.
So only 2 players now remaining for that team. But they are struggling, definitely struggling here in terms of positioning on the map. For Hellion, they were able to slip in kind of undetected there, and now are looking to push out a little bit further. And Pachinki's becoming quite the focal zone of the map right now. Provides a lot of safety, but you got to squish yourself in tight towards this location.
Compressed, quite heavily occupied right now. And Pachinki urban environment is going to be difficult to try and make work. I don't think too many teams are going to be able to get out of this one. This is the unfortunate truth, right, of being inside this settlement early.
PUBG,
If it shrinks there, it will be fantastic for them, but if it goes down towards that southwest, just like that, then all of a sudden, it is a mad scrabble to get out of it, and nobody's going to come out of it unscathed.
Yeah, this is a group of gamblers in this game. To be honest, you fair play. You have one day to make this happen. You've got to gamble sometimes. So a fair few teams decided to try and go
one day, yep.
721
the Uzbekistan Open Qualifiers one day, so.
Circle. Not only because a lot of teams now have to lead quickly, and I like this approach from Hellion. If you were watching,
I want them to qualify.
First of all, but second of all,
because they won both games that played earlier.
But this circle is extremely difficult because there's a lot of split
I'll come before the storm
on this south side with a huge amount of high ground to be working with. This is kind of mini Everest on this side of the map, so we'll see how the 721 aggressors figure this one out.
This is really rubbish for so many teams. And you saw that Intextel Gaming were rotating down their west side. Akesai were able to cut across them with some heavy fire.
No.
Only one player going down though, and now Intextel Gaming that slice on the southwest edge. Enigma getting spotted as well.
And they were my pick for overall.
So only 2 players now actually playing on that
area.
I hope
they finish
ERG
high though.
have managed to make their way into the hills. They only have 2 players though, and T721 aggressors are still going to be holding nice and central, nice and high up on this ground. Hellion,
okay,
slowed down on that rotate that you were praising them for, but they still have gas left in the tank here. Getting that knock, Falcon can get back up, and F5 team not looking super hot right now.
Again, this is great, honestly. I think when you look at Hellion, they take advantage of everything that makes a part of their kit. And as Max suggested, you know, this is a weirdly aggressive team, but this is kind of the aggressive plays you want to see out of a squad that's fairly confident in their capability. Yes, this is not going to be the easiest rotation in the world, but if they can pull it off, then it gives them a strong sitting into the rest of the game. And it has done. Taking down FI team, no easy task. With them already setting themselves up towards this southern side of the map very early on, the fact that Hellion is able to squeeze themselves in is a hell of a result.
And 6 elims from Groza, who, as Max keeps on saying,
so
this weirdly aggressive team, they're making it work.
The team on top, DRG, they won both games, right? And then
I hear him over
on
there.
the first match, they were doing so well, and they had to do a restart.
That's what's happening.
And then the following 2 games that played, they won. So they are my pick for winning this team overall, and it's just one day of qualifier, 6 games, so it's really close.
Because it is so important.
It is really close.
Those top 5 positions. In fact, I would say it's the most important thing. Unfortunately, for none
playing 6 games in one day, you don't have time for mistake. As if you play 2 bad games, it's really hard to recover.
It's almost over for that team. Divergent Gaming as well as Upgrade.
If you haven't already though, chat, make sure you like the stream. It goes a long way. And subscribe if you're new. Thanks for stopping by.
Another grenade down the hill, but giving it back just as good as they get. S1 losing Batman as well as Sakano.
Oh dear. A self-nade came on through as well there.
Yeah, that's
Batman
tough.
very, very low. S1, just 1 player left standing. FaZe all the way in the back lines. No hope of getting this res. Surely not going to last too much longer here with Defo Dark waiting in the wings as well. Marsh, though, having to turn around, and Heavenly Angels now have pressure from both sides as Ake Cyber, who have been holding out on the southwest side for a long time now, put pressure up to the north.
That is a nice little nade there coming through from Admin. Currently Admin in the server as he takes down even more players. Heavenly Angels falling quickly, but now they've got to move over towards Defo Dark. Bring a little bit of light to this situation because they are lacking on info on the other side of this hilltop.
That was an incredibly risky roll around for Don there. I don't know if you caught that, but he swung down low, completely outflanked the opposing team there, and into sightlines from Defo Dark. It worked out in this instance because Defo Dark weren't putting enough pressure on to make it punishable. But it
they're
was
down to 1, so he just has to camp and hope for the best. And that's tough because it's 12 teams still up, so it's tough.
Seems like Closer just went down, so non-head in game now.
Only the 1 point on the first 3 matches. That's not where you want to be.
Queen, are you a fan of esports? Like, you always watch it, or you're just watching because I'm watching it?
They do get out of Pachinki. No mean feat in this circle.
Mortal up to the task. Zvezda in the back there, healing up. Ake Cyber having a hell of a time versus the 721 aggressors. Now moving over towards Defo Dark. They took down the Heavenly Angels. They are just tearing wings off all the teams inside this lobby. They do back it up a little bit. 10 eliminations though. 90 minutes of the game. This is a fantastic result for them. A quick pick as well. Karimov goes down.
There's a really nice pick up there, and that's going to slow the roll of Defo Dark. Meanwhile, in the center of the circle, though, Blank, the 721 aggressors getting rolled up on by none other than the weirdlessly aggressivest team in the circle. It is the Hellions. They are taking this high ground, and the 721 aggressors have nothing to say about it.
It's a quick sweep. Again, I don't think that the 721 aggressors were expecting so much contest on this side of the map. Groza finds yet another, up to 7 elims alone.
Wow.
Why it's so dangerous just having even 1 Groza in the team, honestly. Now looking for even more.
Oh, he's hungry for it. They have lost 1. So they are playing as 3 up in this high ground, but now it's going to be Zero Max Gaming trying to push on up from that south side. Suksa is looking for a little bit of an outpost. You can see him there, much more on the low ground than Hellions right now, so quite safe for the time being. Next circle's going to pop in 15 seconds, and that will decide the dynamics of this fight.
You can't really shoot or do anything, you just have to hide.
Between the last player between
The only way you
Spidey from
fight
the
unless
721
someone
aggressor
crash
and
and see you.
Hellions on their 3 players atop the hill.
GYRO is on it today, dude. He is very much taking a lot of these teams head on. Looks over towards Zero Max Gaming, but finally is put down. It's up to his 2 teammates in Falcon as well as Azik. That spray down, you really want that one to go through. They've been giving this one to you. And it's an unopened gift coming through from Falcon.
Zero Max Gaming, the backlines don't have the angles right now to actually put pressure onto this high ground from Falcon. That is the thing that is keeping him alive in this scenario. They're trying to nade out towards the team because they've already sent Azik down towards Groza to get this res. The nade's not quite connecting for Zero Max Gaming, and the res is in. But can they now exfiltrate from that low ground position? They need to get away from this one. Groza already strafing away. Did he get caught by that? No, he's safe. He's healed up as well.
It's kind of a miracle that he gets back on his feet, honestly. That's a good nade. Suxa goes down. It's a little bit more, and Tillo as well as Flick a little bit far up. Groza once again pays for his sins against that team. Falcon from up on high looking for redemption for his squad, but in the meantime the 721 aggressors are slowly creeping their way over.
Groundhog Day for Azik, rolls down the hill in the buggy. Nades not quite connecting there. The Molotov to try and suppress the ridgeline. A nice pickup. Falcon now finally striking from the Eagle's nest. And we'll be able to take one down, but it's just not quite sticking just yet. Zero Max Gaming, though, are having a hell of a time taking on the Hellions. They just can't get over the lip.
Yeah, you know what Hellion have right now? They've got a know-me situation. When Groza goes down, I think you just got to leave him down.
Oh, no.
Or maybe I'm wrong in this instant. And he's pulling up tall here.
Groza.
Boss.
Groza. The backlines, he does go down pretty low, but gets healed straight back up. Boss with the shotgun shells around the side, but he's not spotted Groza on the wraparound.
I think,
what are you looking at? Look at your screen, my man. Come on, the Infinix GT20 Pro's got better resolution on that.
The fact that he's still going for elims and not picking his buddy up, who was constantly come back down the hill to help him. It's a little bit ungrateful, but you can't be too unhappy when he's got 7 elims on the side. Finally, he does something other than damage. He's going to heal.
You wanted it so bad.
The 721 aggressors have only got Spidey left, and he's going to have to employ some serious Spidey senses to make sure teams don't get too close to
I don't understand the last part.
very, very silent. You know what I need from them? More energy, more passion, more footwork. I need a rotate coming down from Falcon. Take that high ground. Groza looks for more and finds it.
He's beginning to believe. He's moving around, he's moving through him. The hot knife to the butter of the circle right now. There's no way you're staying safe from him. He's on the hunt. And the spray down connects again. He's putting up 9 right now. Let's see if he can get the double digits all on his top.
Yeah, this is some unbelievable stuff. And this is what I wanted to see from Energy. That passion is definitely starting to come through now, but unfortunately for them, there are shots going back that way. Divergent Gaming up against their arch nemesis. It is Upgrade. Currently trying to tally them in the totals, but right now it's Hellion with 27 points taking 2nd place. But NRG, though they've been silent, 5 eliminations this game. Not bad at all.
At the moment, the only team that stands on 4 players alive is Akicyber up on that north edge blank, and they have got to try and move through. It's going to start well, though. Zvezda finds the first knock and the flush onto Gagash. Only one player now stands between them and their approach to the circle. You've got 721 aggressors with just their 1 player, the Hellions with 3, who at the moment are raid bossing this lobby with 14 elims. Hang on, no, actually, hang on
this lobby ain't playing.
They've been able to pick up over on that north and that northwest edge. They've been farming them.
I've spoken to them, they're like, hey, I play for like 15 hours a day.
How have we not noticed that? That is incredible.
Like,
they really are
it's really hard
server at the moment, which is nice to
come up
see.
against or compete against a guy that plays 15 hours a day if you only can do like 1 or 2.
Looking for Daggy,
So
baby, who certainly feels
tough
that way right now.
if you're going that route.
Wailing off on that northeast side. Sad that
I
his team's not with
wanted
him anymore.
at that time.
Hellion, however, it's been a crazy game. I think that although Akicyber, yes, they have 15 elims for themselves from that northwest side, it's been a pretty easy pursuit for them. You know, they have been clearing out teams. Yes, it's been good shots, but Hellion have gone through some serious jungle to get to this point in the game.
Spidey, last to stand for the 721 aggressors, has a little bit of bite left in him. And will be able to carry on. A little bit more than a tickle left in that compound, and actually some low health bars, so a slowdown on the roll-up, and Zvezda falling is actually pretty impactful. That takes our only 4-player team down a peg. They are now playing as 3 on this approach, not quite landing that Molotov on the inside, and the heal comes just in time. Will it be another around the edge? Gonna put it in through the boardwork and steps out. Oh, I thought he was gonna get one more there, but it was fortunate that they had force on the off angle with the DBS. However, Akicyber a little bit more trouble than they were bargaining for there.
16 eliminations, only 1 player down in Zvezda. Real big amount of opportunity here to shoot up the standings. The 1 game, keep yourself nice and safe. Will find Daggy Baby. And that is a 17 elimination game here. Falcon is down as Don finds him on the rotate, looking for that 18.
Hellion do have a Zik in the circle so far. The 2 players up here for Hellion are just trying to catch these Akicyber players as they leave from their compound, trying to go down the hill that sits to the south. You've still got to watch out for Ramses, right? From Upgrade, he is in a dangerous position. Tumbling down those hills whilst being contested by Hellion makes it such a difficult position to try and breach on towards. At the moment, Akicyber, they need to pull out something special to actually make this work. Groza was able to get that res as well.
What's this? I would not have made that push, but respect for them for it. I do like what they're trying to do here, which is to hold Akicyber out from making this Eastern rotate. Wonderful stuff, because they already have Azik in the circle. This would be the most dangerous location to allow Akicyber in, so they could get an easy rotate up and under. I think that another was found there from
Akicyber over
the final player from Upgrade towards Ramses. But honestly, Hellion have played this game phenomenally well. If they take the chicken dinner, they will 100% deserve it. This little play in of itself is a game-winning play.
I really like what Akicyber did there as well. They knew, sure, they lose the engagement on that north side, they lose a player, but they knew that they were going to commit 2 players on the opposing team to that res. They roll down the hill, they take that time to when the enemy isn't going to have as much control over that hillside to move down and take the fight with Ramses. They do win it out in the end, and that is what has allowed them to be on this platform right now that Admin sits on, right? He couldn't have made that work had that engagement on the north side not occurred.
Yeah, I mean, it's an opportunity play, right, in this situation. I think that when you look at this, though, the odds are in the favor of Hellion at the moment.
The longest I've played in a day, I think, is 8 hours, and that was ultimate, I think. But
only trying to move around the side.
It's not good playing for so long.
They do
sometimes.
have cover to work with, but for how long
have to be
is the
careful.
real question. How much utility was Hellion able to hold in the back pocket as well? I mean, Azik's been down this location for a while, so likely hasn't had to use...
Don has managed to creep his way further down the hill, and it looks like Hellion may be slightly unaware of this. Only has 2 smokes right now. You can see Azik much more focused up the hill. Don making his way forwards now to a more central position. The rest of Hellion's trying to make their way. Falcon on high health, but Groza not so lucky. He's been in plenty of scrapes so far, has 9 elims on the game. He might be looking for the 10th here as Admin goes down on the high ground and the blue zone pushes. That's going to envelop him, and no way that he's going to get rezzed here by Don on the low ground. Can't make his way back up, and that's another point added to the tally for Groza. He's on double digits, all on his lonesome, but in a 1 versus 3, it's Don the last to stand. Steps up, position revealed. Spray down from Falcon, has to hit the deck. And on the low ground, he wants the double ones on the board, but it's Falcon to take the final shot, and it's Hellions to roll up to the hillside and take everything that they want.
Yeah, a wonderful game from Hellion. I think from start to finish there, from the rotation rounds, the F5 team to take them out on the south side, and then clearing from that eastern side to that cut-off versus Akicyber when they wanted to head over towards that eastern edge. It was not an easy game for them whatsoever, but making it work like that, it really felt like as soon as Akicyber got to that point in the game, there was no winning it out for them. Honestly, Hellion, as Max famously says, are weirdly aggressive, but in a way that makes it very difficult for teams to ever predict them, to ever come up against them. And I think that the thing that I like the most about them so far in this game is that they are a team without 0 hesitation. You know, making that instantaneous rotate down towards that bottom side, having that 2 versus 3 essentially on the hilltop. It's everything that needs to be done, but a lot of teams deliberate over. So whoever's IGLing that team, the discussions within the team, they're all on the same page, which is lovely to see.
So that is the engagement over on that northeast side that I was talking about before. Rammus is the last player to stand. This engagement here, where Force goes down.
Yeah,
you can see immediately they breaks out, they look for
hill.
those shots, they know those two players are going for the res. Sure, they didn't get up into first place, but they got a second confirmed where it could have been a lot more tricky.
Yeah, again, the reason why you want to isolate them on this side is you can see it's just open ground. You at least have areas to play around on the eastern side there, so which is fantastic to see. Here are the team stats, which are absolutely phenomenal. 1,600 damage from Groza.
Wow.
Insane stuff. Let's have the devs talk about this a little bit more.
Rare to get to that point. That's a crazy match. I wonder, are we going to see a game that good from an individual player this entire tournament? Maybe not, because that is a really, really good ratio.
Wait until the
Doc
main
and Top,
event.
okay, cool.
Yes.
I looked at you, I knew exactly what you were talking about.
Give me some.
Thinking
Don't let me
about
hang
that.
Yeah, Doc, I mean, we'll have to wait. That's until main event, all right? We'll have to see what's going to happen with them. But I'm with you guys. Something that was impressive to me out of that graphic as well was the Groza, the damage, 22%. What's to the head?
It was indeed, yeah. That's quite much bigger than we're used to seeing. Don't know. English is not my first language.
Great.
English isn't my first language, honestly. It's fine. No, but it was a lot that you're seeing there. He's really on top of those sprays and everything.
I think the reason for that is because a lot of the fights we're taking were bridge fights, right on the GP
Yeah.
hill. So the first thing you would see from a play coming your way is going to be the head, and that's what you're going to be hitting first. To me, what it shows is the impressive reaction speed at which he's playing under. Like he's playing in his head, zero ping, zero ping gameplay from this guy. Now I'm waiting, Niptura. When are we going to have Groza with a Groza? Because that, like, he has to live up to his name now, and then he needs to get 20 limbs solo.
Yep. Honestly, he could do it, though. The way we've seen him play, give him a Ridge and a Groza, he is good to go. Ake Cyber as well, doing very similar tactics in here. Both of these teams like that around. So it is a really, really good tactic that's working for multiple teams now. It will be interesting to see if we see maybe other teams start to pick up that strategy.
Yeah, possibly. It could be cool to see, but Ake Cyber pretty much were not involved in a proper team versus team like fight. It was a lot, oh, there's a fight happening, we're going to come in third party and sweep just everyone. And they eliminated so many teams on the West, like 4 teams like on the West.
But
that's crazy.
Again, it's this sort of sleeper team mentality that is really taking everybody by surprise, because we hardly saw Ake on stream at all. And yet, here they are with that many eliminations, that good of a point difference, amount, whatever, and it's all while we were sleeping.
And for me,
we were not sleeping.
Everybody else seemed
Groza was definitely not sleeping.
Sure.
27 total points. Ake there being able to back it up with 24. Max, I don't think I've ever seen a situation in F2 where a team, first place team had 17 eliminations and second place team had 18 eliminations. They just completely fragged out.
They're like, we are the lobby. There are no other 14 teams, it's just us 2 squads right now, but it's so top heavy that this creates a little bit of a different situation we have to talk about here, Nev, which is, sure, the top teams are popping off, they're getting so many points, they're looking great in that top 5 situation where you want to be by the end of today. But it's a sponge situation. Those bottom teams, they're just getting scraps by now, and you need to get a banger game in the last 3 matches if you want to catch up to these top squads.
And don't forget, first place definitely need to react, especially just we already have one, Max. My favorite Max.
Am I the only Max you know? Is that why you're saying that?
No, I know a couple.
Okay, oh cool. No, thank you.
Hey.
That's except maybe S1 at some point in the first game was like, oh, you've got a good position.
Got that the right way around. Let's take a look at more Erangel.
Yes, let's. I think right now it's sort of an interesting one so far because we've had some serious contenders in these matches. And I think with Hellion as well as Aki Cyber getting the amount of eliminations they did, they are shooting themselves up the leaderboards in a big, big way, which is fantastic to see. But it does make some of these other teams a little bit scared because we have had some fearful squads inside this lobby who have been not so willing to get in on the action. I think Aki Cyber as well as Hellion are perfect examples of you've got to take life into your own hands at this point. And if you want to take creation into your own hands, check out World of Wonders, where we even have the PMGO venue inside there. So if you want some custom games, some custom fun, make sure you head over there. And if you're a very creative person, make some awesome designs in there too, please, because we'd love to see your submissions.
You never know, we could be seeing one of your maps in the future at one of these sorts of tournaments. It could be you. Of course, we are going to be going back to the old tried and true Erangel for this time around though, Blank, as we are going to head over once more from the north side down to the west point of Sosnovka military base here. As we are going to head in for another dose of Masters.
We are heading back down from the north down towards the south, western plain as well. Kind of a kind one, I would say. It's not too far off towards that western side where it makes getting over towards Lipovka a little bit more difficult, but for a team like NRG who do drop Lipovka, this is going to be a bit further of a jump for them, which is going to lead to limited time looting. But it's absolutely fine. I'm curious to see where Nonhead is going to end up. Are they just making up their drop locations as they go along at this point?
I mean, why not? Maybe it's a dice roll. Maybe they got a dice over, a D20 in the pocket, whip it out. Where are we going? Let's go here. I rolled a 17. Let's hot drop on North George.
We'll be dropping hot over towards Crystal Gaming here. I think they already found a knock potentially, but Insane does
this is a hot drop
back. Too. Zero Max Gaming, yeah, 2 hot drops happening at the same time. 3?
But one of them is with two teams at once, dropping hot. Intex Little Gaming right now have got a hot drop going on with Energy as well as on the north side. They've got a player to deal with from S1, so can't really refold in for the numbers.
It's annoying when you're losing and a team drop on you, but
it's
always fun, especially if you win that fight. And sometimes it all comes down to who get loot, who have guns,
away from his engagement,
find vests, or whatever. And on this compound, I'm pretty sure probably only one or two dudes have one vest.
Really the
Or if not, if you have a vest, you have no limit, and it's vice
who
versa.
are losing players. I mean, one player very, very low at the moment. Intex Little Gaming, like you said, currently up against them. Scorpion in hand, looking for the shots. Only 8 bullets left in the mag, though.
Got that long barrel on the back line, though, and that's a little bit better. More bite on the pump action, but unfortunately, there is an answer immediately. As with the
my boy got an
semi-auto shotgun, he's hitting him with the bolty in the close range, but yeah, in the back lines, Gagash has got that M249, managed to pick up more ammo for the Scorpion, but doesn't find the trade, unfortunately, and now it's just Face in the face of it. With a sliver of HP keeping NRG in this game, he's going to put the pressure on, he's going to move forwards.
I think Pobeda did go down after all. 2 players down, can't imagine they've got too much healing.
Here's these footsteps. 1 res already found. Low med supplies here, which means that even though they get back up, it is a barrel in the fight, sure, but these are going to be easy pickups, especially at mid-range with the DBS, when you're not always able to get those one shots, but on low health players, it can be super effective, not requiring quite as much precision. As they step out wide, Gagash breaks for the wall, will find the cross.
DBS is perfect for this situation with 2 players, low HP. That's Knight down. Montana, Jordan doing some good work over towards that side, and that will be eliminating Zero Max Gaming.
Cool. Spending a lot of ammo. Gagash actually not... Oh, was going for the res there. I thought he wasn't, but up the stairs they go. They're still just got no meds to play with. Face drops down, challenges Gagash on the back lines there, and is able to find one. Gagash, though, turns it around. Face does go down, get flushed. It's all up to Pobeda on the north side for them now.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, for NRG, surviving that fight was a really big deal. Considering they're 4th place right now, having 3 players still alive, massive boon to them.
Getting 3 points.
Yeah, getting 3 points as well. It's a good point itself. And it is Crystal Gaming currently up against Nonhead. Crystal Gaming have been taking fights with plenty of teams. They did just flush one out in Zero. Max Gaming now setting their sights.
You love hard jobs. I mean, I love it, but it's not fun when you lose that fight, Queen. And especially when you're playing against teams that are hella sharp.
And if
a hard drop in classic, like if you drop on a team, is different versus if you drop on a pro team or a team that screams everything. It all comes down to who finds loot, really, especially if you're in a small compound.
So if they don't conclude the fight,
if you have a shotgun, you probably just have to hold and hope they push.
Also, a factor here, Nonhead have that east point off angle. Romy sat all the way out on the east. If Crystal Gaming are unaware of it, that can come back to bite them. With a VSS as well.
It's an initially decent nade here for Nonhead over towards Insane, who started things off strong for Crystal Gaming in their previous engagement between them and ZG. Closer taking shots. Interesting movements coming through from Jordan. Knows he has to get out. Good Molotov. Does send it back, and Nonhead will gain some more ground for that.
Moving on through. But is it ground that they want? Oh, around the corner. Does manage to get that shoulder peek. A lovely little spray from Closer to be able to find Jordan with a DBS around the corner as well. He was waiting for it, but he just wasn't quite quick enough on the trigger and falls down for his crimes there. Insane still low, still down. 2 players now stand for Crystal Gaming, and is it Nonhead's time to rise up?
Closer does finish off Insane. Now just 2 players alive. You got Nicotine as well as Montana. Close this one out. I mean, with 4 points on the game, you realistically want to keep this one rolling. Especially with the position they're currently in. Missing that is a travesty. And now Nicotine's got a massive task ahead of him, but overwhelming forces up the stairs.
Pops the shells back in. Does have a little bit more work to do, though, here. Blank, 2 players still stand, and these reses will come through. There's no meds in the back pocket. Nonhead get the flush over onto Montana.
Has to go.
He has to go. He has to go now. But is he going into the fight or away from it? Unfortunately, he doesn't have a choice anymore as Triple S catches him on the drop down, and Nonhead win the fight.
That's one of the positions where if you're on the stairs, you find 2, you have to press the advantage, right? It's one of the situations where you can't wait around to jump out the window afterwards. You've just got to keep going. And it's a case of either you win the 1v4 or you don't. It started off well, but I think this is something that happens multiple times throughout PUBG Mobile esports, is you just forget to continue. If you're going for a clutch, go for that clutch.
Absolutely. I don't think I could agree with you more, Blank. Well said. Fantastic. Absolutely. It's maybe playing into the decision-making. If you have a first aid, you do maybe want to step back, get that heal and re-engage, but he didn't have anything available. Either way.
Welcome to the front of the main stage. I'm joined by Abdul Rahim. He is the coach from Helion Gaming. Did I say that right?
Yeah.
I did say that right, didn't I?
Yeah.
Yes. The coach from Helion Gaming, and you know what? They're playing extremely well. I just want to talk to you a little bit about you as a coach and your team.
Okay.
How would you describe your team's play style?
Firstly, they play aggressively first and second stage, and after first and second stage, they played and holding split like 2-2, 1-3, or 1-1 and 2, and they more calmly after third, first, fourth, and fifth stage. They play so slow because they wait when 2 teams fight between us, and we enjoying, like we joining like a third party.
Exactly.
We're joining like a third party because it will be better for us when they're not focusing on us.
Yeah, exactly.
And we're trying to like we don't like it started first, after third and fourth stage. We always waiting, we're always holding, and we searching which team's fighting, and we're always checking kill feed. We're always checking kill feed. Which team fight and which team. Like, and we counting how many players die, how many players knock it, and we know, not fully, but we know like the 0.5% what teams drop it where. And we know how they rotating, how they playing, and how they holding splits.
It's a lot of information, isn't it? It really is, because you've got, the thing is, your region is known for being really aggressive, so it's difficult to like be quite strategic and hold back from the fights when everyone's really aggressive. So what do you do as a coach?
Because it's not my first time.
Yeah.
It's my second time when I'm coaching. It's second time when I'm coaching, because first time when I'm coaching, it's like Everest Gaming. We qualified in PMGO Nepal, and after this, right now, I'm coaching these guys. They're all, it's like a new blood for us. It's like the new era for us. And I always trying to explain for them, if you're playing aggressively, it's not work always, because you don't know like where you can die, because it's like every time every team can join in your fight. And that's why I always showing them like the streams, like how other pro players playing. And
if you go into the prelims tomorrow, or if you get into the main event in the weekend, every team from all these different regions play different style, right? So you have to be ready for that, don't you?
Of course, of course, of course. And every team played like they have all their style, and we also have our style, and we try to play in our game. Like, we don't want to play in their game they play.
Of course, yeah, you've got to stick with your own style.
Of course.
Thank you so much for joining me in this interview. Really appreciate it. Back to you guys.
Hellion certainly have stamped their mark on this lobby so far. They are up there with the best of them. At the top of the tables, in fact, over the last few minutes where we've heard from the coach of Hellion, we've seen Upgrade running through teams on this north side. We've seen a lot of scraps going on, and Nunhead getting stuck in even further here. They were able to take down that fight in North George that we saw before, and now they've got another meal up in the form of Aki Cyber. Maybe they are the slayers at the top of the lobby.
Yeah, Nunhead looking for more and more here. I mean, to be fair, it's not been going great for them. They've got 4 out of the 5 points that they've been able to accrue during this qualifiers in this game. Coming against Aki Cyber now, though, nades have been thrown in. Not sure how many they've got left. This is a good position, though, coming through from Spectre. Gets inside the window. This could be something that Aki Cyber is unsuspecting of. I think Force just saw him, though.
Ooh, Zvezda managed to land the first with the pump action, but unfortunately the spray is a little bit stronger there. And there's an opening with Don also down. Still Nunhead in control of this, but you allow Aki Cyber too much leeway and they will get back in. The blue zone envelops, and that is going to put a hurry up on this one. I don't think they go for this res.
Yeah.
It might just be a lost cause here.
They should just back off.
I think Aki Cyber's a lost cause right now. This is a very difficult scenario to extricate yourself from. We'll see if they can untangle themselves from it, but a fantastic off-hand from Closer will take them out here. Now just admin left remaining. We can see if he's able to hit a control alt delete on this one.
And they're heading to
whatever the process of what Nunhead is doing to
but
them.
they should have terraced.
There's still a minute to get
Why they didn't terrace?
To their own devices, though, as Nunhead
That makes no sense. They should have terraced, because I'm not
probably
that
their
easy.
return on investment of time will be better spent trying to get into this next part of the circle.
They should have terraced that, dude.
Look at what Heavenly Angels are doing as well. They were maybe thinking about turning out. You're looking at it, great. They were maybe thinking about going out for a third party, but the hills have fallen silent for the time being. They'll want to rotate back over towards the north edge.
Yeah, I will say that Heavenly Angels just took a small skirmish there with NRG. I do feel bad for NRG. Again, it's just a look at the draw really with Nunhead at the moment, isn't it? Where it's a case of, are they going to bother us on our drop spot? Changing drop spots all the time in tournaments, but again, this is what you're going to come up against sometimes. For NRG though, they sent one down towards the south towards Hellion and one over towards Heavenly Angels. Both players were decimated in the process, but at least Sheik was able to find themselves a position to play for a little bit longer. Here is Divergent Gaming though. We're looking for a good game from them. Fairly central position in the Wizard Tower. A lot of open ground around them as well, which makes this a strong spot to play going forward. And it's in the next circle. kills. So wonderful news for them.
Trust me, Queen. If I was the one that got that knock, I'm thirsty that dude before I leave. Because that's a point, and imagine if they don't qualify
probably one of the strongest spots
by
in
1
the circle,
point.
but as it
That's
gets
gonna
smaller,
haunt
if it
you.
shrinks on that location, it starts to get a little bit more dangerous.
Yeah.
With the amount of hills that sit around it, you can play for cover. It becomes a very, very deadly death trap if you stay here too long. I wouldn't be too surprised to see them try and break out towards the east side, try and challenge the 721 aggressors, maybe try and take the fight there, because now non-head have rolled on up, and you'll see just how dangerous it is to sit in this tower.
Yeah, being in the Wizard Tower, it's time for Fireball, 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 because non-heads coming into the scenario, but they're dropping a Blizzard on their heads, and it is DRG having to come outside. Noisy will decimate them, pull them apart. They dropped a Meteor on their heads, but in the process, there was collateral damage, as Cuke as well as Dynamo did go down inside that engagement.
The arcane power gives as good as it gets, and it extracts half of the team from DRG. Even though they get those 2 points on board, sure, but now they're decimated, as you say. That's the danger of this position. The 721 aggressors, they aren't going to have to worry about that rollout from DRG. And what that is also going to do is mean that the 721 aggressors' position to rotate back towards the north side is all the stronger. Because first, teams from the west will have to get through DRG.
5 kills, they're rolling.
DRG break out.
Oh, I saw it.
What do you see?
Big old machine gun in the hands of Hellion. Just picking themselves up. A loot crate there. I think Hellion are going to have a good game again, honestly. 5 elims so far. This is a great sweeping position. We know they play well from those spots as well, so we'll see how that happens. Rook has not really had that much of an impact throughout this entirety of the qualifiers, and with them being currently in 16th place, I'm not expecting them to put too much of a fight up against Hellion Esports, who currently are absolutely without the L.
But this being the 4th match of the day, Blank, they do not have many more opportunities to put points on the board here. Rook with 4 players, sure, and with experience on their side in the form of Mer.
And 4 points.
And 4 points only. It's well, 3 points actually. I think, yeah, they had 2 and then they got 1. They're up at 3 on this match. It's a really tricky spot for them to be in, right? Yeah. They have still got half their day remaining. I mean, it's interesting because we used to have it where the points at the start of the match were in the points column, and then you had on the elims. But this time, I'm pretty sure.
You know what? I'm blaming whoever made this graphic.
That the points are already added in, so the elims do not get added on after the fact.
It's not that I can't read. It's unreadable.
Okay, yeah. No one could possibly understand that. You're right. Hellion up on that northwestern side. Will be able to take that spot. They've got the open ground ahead of them towards those hillsides. That building that sits ahead of them in a little bit of a divot gives a little bit of perspective on the surrounding area. But again, it's like that Wizard Tower. It can be a bit of a death trap.
Yeah, absolutely. It's tough to play a lot of times in this area of the map in particular. I think especially if you're on that northern side of the map as well, where Upgrade's currently playing, that tends to be quite a strong position towards that late game as long as you're able to hold on to it. But starting moving towards that south side, you're going to have issues. Similar scenario if this moves up towards the north. So not really anyone's benefiting too much here. I think the 721 aggressors probably have the best time of it with a lot of ridges to play down that east side, which is going to give them a fantastic bit of cover, especially now that we're cutting off the majority of that southeast edge. I think the only really team that would want to try and go for that is Upgrade, but that was if they had 2 players and it was a desperation play. I think for Upgrade, they're much happier to play on this north side of the map. So the 721 aggressors have a massive playground to work with. It's a question whether they can be the big kids in the playground here and bully everyone else out.
Absolutely. Will be a challenge for them.
They need to clear Rook,
scenario, by the way, but
or they're just gonna get backfill and third party going in.
Sometimes it does.
Or if they even can clear them off, they need to like push them on the other side.
I didn't believe you for a second.
They have a teammate in zone, so that's good so far.
Never been bullied. Whoa. He's never been put back in this place to be able to grow moustache like that.
Yeah, I thought it was XQC for a second.
Dude, literally. I've never been bullied, literally.
This was pre-mustache.
It's insane.
This was pre-stash. This was 7-year-old Blank, okay?
You've had a mustache since you were 7, I can tell.
Woo! That was a wild thing to say, by the way. Jesus. Oh, never thought I'd be accused of that on broadcast. That's insane.
Max is hooting and hollering there over on the analyst end. We'll have to get them to break that one down as well.
Where do I go from here?
I don't know. To the barbers?
I don't know.
You can hear they're laughing in the back.
See, look, if this was a playground, I would be the big kid in this scenario. I'm sorry to have done that to you.
I don't know, dude.
Oh, dear.
In your scenario, I'd have a restraining order.
I'm so sorry. I'm just.
You can hear they're laughing in the
I've
back.
been very mean to you just then.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
So the caster, the one that's named Blank.
Say something mean about me.
He normally rock a taper fade hairstyle working, but now
you know what?
he grows
Something that's even worse than
zero out
like that.
mustache. So
Not
that's
having,
what he's talking about.
You want to hold it straight up.
Just in case you guys
well,
don't
you
know.
can now with our vertical stream that we've put together for you. You get player cams, you get map feed, you get all the stats live, updated on your phone in the vertical feed that you can find on YouTube and TikTok.
Yeah, you can. It is official now on YouTube and TikTok. It's got all the information you might require, including the phone number of the police, because I'm going to report a crime here that's happened on the desk.
DRG with a challenge from Rook rolling up towards them. They've been in this town for a while now. They lost 2 in the first approach. The second not going so well either. Noisy upstairs does manage to get an answer on towards 1 with the nade from Lonely. He goes down in the process, but Noisy does drop 2. And now Rook, with 3 players alive, are looking to leapfrog into this next phase.
721 aggressors still again holding a very strong position. We mentioned this earlier on. It has been the case continuing. Again, that cutoff on the eastern side very beneficial towards them. No one's really been able to try and move around that edge. There's a potential the upgrade makes a quick rotate now, but he's sort of unlikely to be happening. Hellion, though, always a worry in the wings on that northwest side.
Oh, the peek out there as Hick is on the money there. 8 elims for Hellion, and they continue their reign of terror over towards this circle. They said that they are heavily tracking that elimination feed, you know, as most teams, to be fair, should be, but they are analyzing that, really taking that into account when they take those peaks, and I think they'll know, they should do. The Rook is down to just 3 players, and with that knock, they'll know they're on 2. This is why they're putting this pressure down. Groza is joining him, the aggressive Warhound on the warpath again. Groza ready to take that fight.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they can track the elimination feed, but it is difficult to know where everyone is at all times. Rook on the western side, it could be any western side team, but again, it is good to know that they're keeping track of a lot of things. That does help them, especially in those scenarios where it is just a 1v1 in the final circles, or a 3-team setup, where you do need to know when's the go time, when's a good spot to go for a third party. These nades looking good though, trying to get on the outer edges, good damage over towards Luca. This is the furthest Rook's got into a game so far, which is nice to see, honestly.
Maybe able to turn up the heat a little bit to the top 4. Rook, 2 points. Going to roll out against Groza. Dangerous place to be, but they'll have to take that gamble. If they want to make it work out the window, have to go for the 180 spin around, makes it work, and the roll continues. As Zik tries to hold behind the vehicle, will be okay with it, and the high ground on the rooftop will come into play as well. With Groza down, the rest of his team needs to surround him, support him, and it's working well. And down from the low ground, it's going to be the 721 aggressors to take those shots over towards Luca, and it is going to come crumbling down around them. Rook, again, with a disappointing ending here.
Yeah, it's a wildly bold push coming through from Rook, honestly. Did not expect that one to go through. Hellion did suffer off the back of it, and are trying to get players back up. The fact they're fighting a 2-2 engagement right now is insane. I don't know how they're really pulling it off, and they're winning versus Upgrade so far. I am somewhat skeptical. If Rorino is going to be able to get down towards Groza, and as they can pick them up. I mean, Rook is preoccupied, and Upgrade would like to get further in towards the circle on the eastern edge.
Nade over the top towards Luca. They should know his position. They've been putting pressure on it for a while. Aggressor able to finally clean up the pieces there. 3rd place guaranteed. Hellions with 3 players alive. think they're looking to get that res on board as well, get themselves back up to 3 as it crawling back as fast as he can. No, it is just the 2 of them actually playing. They don't have much more than that. Upgrade with so much more control over this one, but nothing will top the presence from the 721 aggressors. In their wide split, their 4 players advantage. You can see their chances of winning at the top there. That's 62, and that's going to go way up as well to 68 as a team is removed from the fray.
That's a nice rundown from Upgrade. Consistently in the top 5 is this team, which is great to see. Again, for DRG, they've kind of fallen off a little bit here. What an awesome rollout to the sideline. That makes this into a 3v2. It has been spotted. Ramses needs to immediately get out, but with Ruzen going down, this does leave him in practically a 1v4. You imagine that red's going to come through fairly shortly, but he's still giving it as good as he can get.
Behind the rock, has a little bit of cover, low HP though. Is that an Orm in close range? Goodness me. Maybe a little bit of a misstep on the weapon selection there, but Butcher's up close and personal. Yonic isn't going to get rest here. They're just going to go for the rollout. They know there's only one, and straight away into the backseat with style. It's the 721 aggressors for the chicken dinner in match number 4.
7 going for gold.
That's what you call pull up in style.
But yeah, honestly, a very, very nice position that they took, and they were very, very slow to make that rotate over towards the western side, particularly because they were trying to ensure that that eastern coast edge was very, very much cleared, because that bank, if they allow teams to get across to it, it's so, so dangerous. And it's been a while since I've seen a team play that actually well. I think a lot of times you do let squads get behind you, but the 721 aggressors, yes, they lack on elimination potential on that western side, but it sort of secures you a win in that spot. Upgrade again. The key point to take away here is that they are all the time getting towards that top 5, and Energy having a quick fall off at the start of the game there. Not really any fault of their own, purely because non-head is just affecting everyone in the lobby right now in different ways.
It's just a random RNG roll, and they make it work this time around. They didn't get out of it, unfortunately, into the later stages where they would have liked to. Let's take a look at the final trade exchange of fire in these circles. You can see, like, right up towards the final stages, we did have 4 teams alive, but they slowly started to peter out. Hellions unfortunately suffered to that roll around from Upgrade, which was a really nice, timely approach to it. It looked maybe like Ramses could do something, but he was just trying to stunt on it. An aggressor rolls over the top, swaps to the backseat, the buggy with a shotgun, and exacts the drive-by execution that 721 aggressors were looking for.
Again, though, you can't be too displeased with Hellion Gaming taking very much of an IHC role inside of this lobby right now, kind of getting by on eliminations alone. Let's head back over to the desk where Seven can gloat about his prediction.
I'm not going to say anything. Okay. Besides the fact that this team was able to get the win, Aptura.
They absolutely were, and they did it in style, didn't they? I mean, my goodness me.
I know, right?
We were watching them
Switching
from
on
like,
that bogey
zone
back,
2,
getting
zone
that final
3, kind
kill.
of
That's how you call style
doing
points.
And it really, really was a masterclass in those angles and holding the back and all of that sort of stuff, Max.
How this game devolved for us was like, oh, they have like 10% of the circle. Next phase, like, oh, they have 30%. Yes. They have 50%, 60%. They have 90% of the circle. Yeah. Like, what do you want to deal with them? Like, the transitions were really good from like point A to point Z. The entire alphabet we're going through, and they just played it so well.
I feel like that team was listening to what we were saying earlier in regards to some of those teams that maybe need to change their playing style. We were talking about it too. They can get those eliminations. Guess what? You're getting those placement points too.
Yeah, they absolutely can, and it's all down to those splits. They had a 1-1-1 split. Both sides of that river, they were really trying to use as much of that zone as possible, scout as much as possible, while being very quiet until those end zones.
It's not like they were just doing 1-1-1-1 splits too. Like, they were kind of changing their splits the entirety of that early game. They were going from like 2-2 splits to 3-1 splits to 1-1-1-1 splits. Like, they were just kind of adapting based on what the terrain required. And the moment they knew, okay, the southern side of that river is not in play anymore, we're in blue, it's phase 5, no one is going to be crazy enough to go for a wide rotation in the blue at that stage. Now we can play the ridge. We got so much control. We cannot lose this game possibly. So, sure, they were passive, but there was no immediate threat to their location. So playing passive to get sure you get 100% of that win coming your way. Fair game. That is how you play the game in that kind of situation.
And that's the thing, right? We got to see a little bit of a difference because we have seen such a dominant start, especially the back-to-back at the start, and then Hillium being able to just get so many eliminations. By the way, Hillium, once again, Max, being able to back it up with the top 3 situation, and on top of that, Illims.
And you know why?
Why?
He got the MG3, baby. Let's go. The best weapon in the game. Well, DBS is pretty good, but MG3.
This guy.
No, realistically, they kind of played the more aggressive playstyle of T71 aggressors, which is we're also going to be playing Edge and clean out back, but we are actually just going to fight every team on the West, and that ends up resulting in them getting so many eliminations. Though because of that NEP, they take a bit of damage, they lose some players, and then getting the win when you fight so much is just so hard to achieve.
Yeah, it is indeed, but it's one of those things where you kind of have to decide what you want to go for, right? Because if you are a team that's very confident in your gunplay and your gun skill and how you work in a fight, then yeah, you're going to want to get those consistent points, because if you have that kind of confidence, you can get consistent elims every single game. So if you want to go heavy on that, get 5, 6, 10 eliminations, no placement points, that's still a great game.
Yeah, I do love one of these most recent updates though, because the car actually maintains momentum even when you do swap seats in the back of the buggy. So normally you'd need 2 players to drive by and actually get the spray down. And he can just, okay, I got enough momentum, I'm just going to go onto the back seat, whatever gun I have, I'm just going to go for the spray down, and that results then in the win of T71 aggressive.
And something that we got to note too here, especially when we look at the match ranking, is a lot of the mid-table teams were eliminated early on. So that big gap that we're going to end up seeing when we go to overall might be a little bit closer.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, NRG going out very early in particular, right? So we are seeing that little bit of a discrepancy, that little bit of a gap coming on through.
We might see a new gap being created for Upgrade and Helion though. They're already in that pack, and now they get 15 eliminations, like both of them actually. So that is going to be creating now an even higher kind of top team that will be possibly fighting for first place in the last 2 games. I just thought, like, wait, it's not just day 1. It's the only day we've gone. So
I give it to
we might just have 2 teams competing based on how this last game goes.
Exactly, but with T71 coming in with this momentum in this game, 18 points, the way that the second half of the leaderboard was looking, they have skyrocketed up.
Go from any playing dope esports,
but close enough where now they're definitely in the
they
running
aren't
for those 2
playing
Miramars.
so this is the Uzbekistan Open
quite good
qualifier, so it's just all
Uzbekistan
teams. For example, I mean, GYRO you probably know about PMGO. Normally, whenever it keeps in a country, they have like a qualifier with just all teams from whichever country. So now, this is just a one-day qualifiers for Uzbekistan. Top one goes straight to the grand final, and then from 2 to 5, they go to the second qualifier with all the global qualified teams. So for example, those esports that qualify, they're going to play these teams from 2 to
4 games.
5.
It says it right there. Numbers are hard, man. It's hard.
Shout out to Mom for the math.
Yeah, it's a different one.
Yep. Hang on, wait a second. No. Hang on.
Wait, what's going on there? But yeah, like T71 Aggressor is able to really catch up significantly thanks to that game. Heavenly Angels, though, getting in reach too, getting a few points. Sure, they were more silent this match, but they are technically in reach. 2 Miramar matches about to happen. If that is their battleground that they love to play on, they could catch up pretty damn quickly.
Absolutely. Knothead as well. I do want to point them out, right? At the beginning of the game, they had 1 point coming into here. Now, they had a better game. I feel like they had a really nice slow fight, and then they actually had a positive improvement. They've actually gone up to, with those 8 eliminations, up to 9 points now.
Yeah, it's actually pretty solid for them, able to get himself a few points this time around, but a non-head.
Yeah, different energies.
Eliminations alone,
very
like
different.
maybe IHG, but unfortunately, we still need a few placement points down there if you want to make it in top 5. And as of right now, the bottom teams, there's a few that I'm going to count out.
Yep.
Something I'm not going to be counting out is BYD is the #1 NEV producer in the world as part of the PUBG Mobile Global event. BYD is about to be the event sponsor. Learn more about BYD models and flexible financing options at the BYD booth or visit BYDauto.com. By the way, something I was actually able to see there during that overall is just through 11.
I mean, you have 2 teams that are kill heavy. They're rocking up like 15 kills, 17 kills, 14 kills.
Tells you about the lobby that we're seeing, right, is that there's like top 4 teams
hella aggressive
all these eliminations, and the rest are just doing
if you're
what
on
they
one
can.
of those
So
teams
it's
and
really
get
like
knocked and they can get the rest, them guard, them push guard, let's go. Them are full send.
Armigil was in their part. Guess what? We'll end up finding out. We do have 2 more Miramars coming in, so make sure you're ready for that after this break.
Random.
The Infinix GT20 Pro, the official gaming phone, built for
I need
performance,
to get my hands on
precision,
that
pro-level
phone.
speed, and it is peak performance. And on top of that, don't
PUBG,
forget that
if you're
while
listening,
you have your Infinix
you know what to
GT20
do.
Pro, on top of that, open up TikTok, because you're going to be able to watch the new vertical stream that's able to provide a lot of stuff. Look at this new model that we got here. Yeah. And on top of that, you get to see other cool things, like you get to see the map as well, and all of that fun stuff. I've actually enjoyed that vertical stream a lot.
It's pretty cool. I just want to say, you look like one of those people trying to display a product at 2 a.m. on one of those weird apps. You're just like,
An infomercial?
Yeah,
Yeah, infomercial. Here you go. Here it is.
No,
No,
but
it's actually really good.
you have the leaderboards and the map feed at the same time, and plus the gameplay feed. You have everything all in one place.
Yeah.
If you're able to focus on more than one thing at once, which that's better than what I can do, then yeah, definitely go there, because it's a great stream to enjoy some good old PMGO 2025 action.
2025.
As we were mentioning earlier, it is 2 matches left. For some of these teams at the bottom, it's time to react, as you are going to be going into Miramar. And for the teams that ended up performing really well in Erangel, how are they going to be able to maybe continue on that streak as well? Let's find out, as we're going to be sending over to Miramar with the commentators, the man with the best mustache, Blank, and John Allen.
That's right. Everyone agrees. We are going to be heading into Miramar. That's right, 7.
You obviously don't agree.
I agree, 100%. You've got a lovely moustache. Have I ever said that?
Yeah, you better say it more. Joke. It's a bit. You.
He's still on. He's still on one. We are going to be heading of 6. Of course, it is a very short form tournament for these finals. Only those 6 matches, which means that small pop-offs are massive in the grand scheme of those qualification spots.
Yeah, and we have only 2 more matches remaining. So again, to make you guys at home aware, this is the qualifiers. The next 2 days will be prelims, and after that will be finals. If you get into the top 5, not first place, you'll make it through the prelims, so 4 teams will be going through, and our first place team will get a direct spot through to the finals, which will be a massive boon for any team who's able to achieve that. So fingers crossed for your favorite team or the team that you are supporting. Give them some love in chat. But yeah, overall, we're very, very excited to get into this one, because finals, and who will be joining us in those prelims.
And we're going over to Miramar as well. Now, we've seen Sandhawk, a lot of chaos, a lot of back and forth. Obviously, we're having a Northwest Island finish. That generally develops quite a lot of difficulty in a lot of players' rotations. On Erangel, obviously, it's going to be a lot more familiar. We're going to be heading into Miramar now, where it's a lot of open ground, a lot of vehicle movements to be able to try and make this one work. So those longer range engagements, we're going to see a little bit more frequent, you'd imagine, unless something crazy happens, like non-head drops on everybody in the lobby.
Well, as far as we know, wherever non-head drops this time, that could be their chosen drop spot.
That is true.
We don't know yet if it's against the norm.
That's fair.
If they hot drop, then we could maybe assume,
Yeah.
but it could be 50-50.
Yeah, absolutely. Or maybe it's the other team hot dropping non-head.
That's what I'm saying, 50-50.
In vengeance.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, yeah.
So it could be Crystal
It could be
Gaming.
33, 33, 33, 3-3 reoccurring.
That's true. It could
Or
just
a
be
third.
an unprovoked re-hot drop. It could be a revenge hot drop, or it could be a non-head hot drop. All of those are possible, but none of them have happened yet. We have to wait for our plane path to head on over. We're going from the east side, from Impala, up towards La Copleria, the easiest place in Miramar to say. So a little bit more difficult, a little bit more longer range to get to Valle de Mar on the southwest corner.
Yeah, definitely out of the way here. We're grabbing vehicles, and the long roads is generally something that's overlooked here on Miramar. Being able to rotate alongside those at max speed is very, very useful. The team should be able to get down towards wherever they'd like to play going forward. In the meantime, we do have our teams heading over through on this map. Non-head heading up over towards El Azahar, and I have a sneaking suspicion that S1's also wanting to go there, so we'll see how this pans out. They could head up towards Tierra Bronco, Campo Militar, but like I said, we'll see. We'll see. The teams that we have been looking at, though, the 721 Aggressors, great macro on that last game, but also Upgrade and DRG and Hellion. I think those are the 4 teams that I'm very excited to see play here going forward. We do have Rook, landing on top of Defo Dark right now. That's over towards Impala, with Defo Dark over towards Eastern Edge and Rook sitting on the west.
Yeah, that southeast side, pretty hotly contested. There's also a hot drop over on the north edge. It is going to all start to pop off here in Impala, though. First things first, Rook losing Luca. Although fortunately for them, that is deep in their lines, which means they can go for this res fast. Unfortunately, the med supplies, again, not going to be super available this early into the game, this early into the drop. You're not going to have picked up those first aids. So getting that knock can stick, can do a lot of work in your favor. Defo Dark playing with fire right now because there's a DBS waiting in the corner. With a level 1 vest and a level 1 helmet, that makes you pretty tanky in these early engagements. Spraying down with the UMP might give the impression that he doesn't have that wolf in the back pocket ready to bite at a moment's notice.
Or the direwolf, which was resurrected recently.
Yeah, they decided to pop in.
You know about that?
No.
So they resurrected direwolf DNA.
Oh, okay. I didn't know about that.
Real direwolves.
Ah, that's pretty cool.
So, there's a chance.
It's 50-50.
We could get Mammoth back.
Hell yeah, I'm all for it.
That sounds like they're gonna do a restart.
They were great in Ice Age.
They were. Right now we do have some mammoths in this game, though. Hellion stamping their way into this map, though a little bit out of character here in the desert, but I'm sure they'll make do. F5 team getting decimated as Lil X once again find themselves embroiled in combat early.
They have lost 2 themselves, though, which is unfortunate. So a 2v2, health bar's just about in the favor of Lil X, so F5 could get away with this one.
It should get the res.
Under control.
The only problems I see with these teams, and they got caught a lot because of that, they take so long to top or get a res.
Not too much more ammo left.
They will get a knock like
face,
200 meters,
the big
and
cannon on
their
this fight.
teammates right beside them. And
this one done.
instead of they try to get that res and get back their teammates up real quick, they're shooting
no
and trying
no
to
armor, no helmet.
knock someone else's distance away.
Are the shots inside the room with us now? It is a question that has to be asked. Lil X, Vader, like you said, on the bottom floor. Ooh, Face took a hell of an amount of damage. He walked in, good step up, but no knock found, which is awkward. And again, with Face being so low,
down low,
this is a struggle. And it will be a win out on the fight there for F5 team. It looked like it was going to be quite bad towards the start of it, but I think with Face taking so much damage, you watch the building all went topsy-turvy. We got Rook here with Luca on the outside, trying to stay alive in this one. Last player here for Rook. Defo Dark taking a couple of casualties, but overall should be fine.
Takes another challenge, dips back across. Shocks allows him to pass here. Low HP on the player on the top rope, and the res comes through again. 4 players to deal with. Has got plenty of ammo. Has the M4 to swap out to. In the back pocket, tags some more damage. And again, these early engagements, they stick when you go for that damage. A lovely pickup. The drop out wide with the pump back. Shallow will seal the deal.
I mean, that's it for Rook.
Keeps getting hairier and hairier, but Defo Dark stay alive. They can loot through Impala now, get those meds on board.
They have one more game though. They can probably sabotage it more too.
Quickly though, because the circle
or
is
land on a
closing.
team.
Yeah, Hero Miramar will close pretty quickly. You want to make sure that although the blue can envelop you quite long during that stage, you don't want to be the last in the queue to get towards the circle itself. Heavenly Angels already making a quick decision to head center over towards Monte Nuevo, which is free, by the way. I didn't expect that one coming through. El Pozzo currently held by Divergent Gaming in 721 aggressors, just underneath Major Esports and Arcade Cyber.
Scoop, we're
just to make you aware as well, if you'd like to keep up with all the action happening around the map yourselves, you can head on over to our PUBG Mobile Esports YouTube channel and find the public map feed there. So you can follow along with us as we watch the game.
And if you're a fan of a particular team as well, we're not always on board with your favorite squad maybe, you can track them throughout the entire game on that map feed, a really important part of supporting your favorite team. Maybe you could send them DM, give them a little bit of advice between the games. Not during the games though, that would be cheating.
Yeah, absolutely. Please send your favorite team's unsolicited tactical advice. I would love
I think it's a great idea. I think everybody would love it.
Yeah, I think everyone would appreciate that.
Everyone involved. Maybe not. But It's also, you know, if you want to do a little bit of analysis, you can tell people about it. It's going to make that all the easier for you as well.
You know, the greatest thing about being at a live event is when Neptura comes back to the desk and just only brings herself a cookie and then eats it right in front of you.
I hope they confirmed that there were no peanuts in that one.
It's just evil, to be honest. Now she's sharing with 7.
Oh.
No, don't feed me the cookie. Not when I'm casting.
He's getting attacked with cookies now. Goodness me.
I only want to complain about it. I don't want you to solve my problem.
We hear you, Blaine. We hear your pain, and it's totally righteous.
Yeah, I'm more in a rant.
That's understandable. That happens, you know.
Thank you.
Sometimes you just get in that funk, in that groove.
Yeah.
Unlike Hellion, they're definitely not in a funk, but they are in a groove.
Yeah, Hellion are in one hell of a groove right now. Much like a vinyl record player.
Okay.
And they are playing like music to my ears. Because some of these rotations, some of these plays, some of these aggressive modes of gameplay that have been coming through from this team have been fantastic. Definitely one of my favorite teams here at the moment. Kind of a stark difference between some of the more intense, analytical, tactical gameplay we've seen from some teams. Very much polarized by the aggression coming through from Hellion. Sorry, the weird aggression coming through from Hellion.
Yeah.
As the famous Maxman once said in his quite important proverb.
Yes, I think so. Impactful, probably passed down from generation to generation.
A prolific man.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that's safe to say.
Southwest, we get the circle on board. That does drop in with the Hellion on that north side, looking to move down. But this heads straight through onto the Chumasera Hills, which is a really awkward location to play. So you kind of want to stay towards that north side as much as possible. Not because it's the best position on the map, but just because it gives you more freedom when it comes to those rotations. It's not always easy to make a quick and fast rotate outside of those hills. A lot of times you are limited by vehicles and just staying on foot. Meantime, NRG, they have not been lucky with these rotates, man. Not at all.
Continue their break towards that top 5 position, looking for the players on that bubble right now. NRG, they're winning this engagement, but there is a little bit of a turnaround, and Gagash able to spin out onto 2. Will go down in the end, and Insane is able to clip his wings there, but Montana now in the off angle, looking to maybe get a little bit of retribution, moving into position over this ridgeline. Insane gets the heal off, and he's more worried about the player out in the distance than the player close by. You have to be worried. Insane with that regroup linchpin now. Can they get these reses for Crystal?
Yeah, I mean, DRG did, I mean, NRG, a lot of RGs in these team names, didn't start out too badly, honestly. They look pretty good, but so far, these rotates just aren't working out for them. Consistently running into trouble in these games. I can't tell if it's a case where teams are just starting to switch things up with the necessity for jump up in points at this time. For NRG, for all we know, they're making all the right moves, but things are just changing so quickly, and the book is rewriting itself as we speak. It's hard to know. And I think you do need to bring in sort of that unknown element to your gameplay at this point if you want to get in towards that top 5, because that's the cutoff. And NRG right now are that cutoff at 35 points. And with the 721 aggressors on their heels, as well as the Heavenly Angels at 22 points, you're starting to sweat a little bit.
And that's the thing as well, right? Because outside of those qualification spots, it doesn't matter where you finish in terms of the outcome from prize pool. It's 500 all the way down, which means that you have nothing to lose for these lower placed teams.
Yeah.
Going for these crazy plays, these standout performances, these pop-ups is much more likely in a situation like this. Upgrade looking to try and defend the top of the table in second place right now. They are 11 points behind as it stands behind Hellion. And we are starting to get more and more likely that these are the teams that we are going to see in towards those top 5 spots.
Yeah, again, like with Crystal Gaming right now at 3 points on the match, 20 points overall. I think when you look at this squad, what you can say about them is that they're definitely the last team that I would expect. I was going to say, bring that back. I was talking about that. Don't take away my leaderboard. No. But yeah, I would say that they're probably the last team that would be able to make it in at this point. Underneath them, I think it's 13 points. To rack up towards that 35, yes, it's possible, but I think considering how they've played so far, very, very difficult. We're still waiting for Non-Head to make their way over towards the circle. They are definitely at the back of the queue. Some might even say that they've not even made the decision to join the queue yet.
They are non-heading for the circle right now. As it stands, we'll have to wait and see if they change that decision. But for now, Blue Zone Bandits on the northeast side. Got a couple of other teams joining them at the moment. They are starting to turn their course, but they've still got players all the way out towards Truck Stop, all the way to the northeast. S1 and Crystal Gaming both out in the blue. Crystal Gaming had the engagement, which is why they're stuck out in the blue. S1 maybe just a little bit slower on their engagement. They haven't had a fight just yet. They are just playing quite slow, but they are just about to come into the zone now.
Well, it sort of makes sense. I mean, Non-Head as well as S1 both started in Al Azhar, so you're looting whilst attempting to keep it outside of your territory, which is not always easy.
They're 10 points in front, so if they can get like 2 10-point games or even more,
outside of Picardo, but this is open ground, right?
They're probably
over towards those hills that lay on the southwest
because
side.
of how they're playing.
Always hard to
they'll
make
get
work,
that #1 spot and just
so
qualify straight to grand
this
finals.
location, it does get very uncomfortable very quickly.
And then the other teams from 2 to 5 go to the next qualifier with all the global
like
teams.
I said before, although this team has not been seen getting a huge amount of chicken dinners, I don't think they've seen one. Their consistency is unbelievable. Getting rid of Divergent Gaming this early in is diabolical for them.
And the crowd loves it as well. Upgrade with 5 points now on the tally, put up to 52 now total, 7 points behind as it stands. That's the difference that they need to make up now in the rest of this game.
I mean,
to take first place.
There is a world where these guys get a direct fight into the finals. I think so far we've been pretty dead set on Hellions being able to claim that, but if Upgrade continue playing this way during this game and consistently get towards that top 5 and those kill eliminations start to drop off on the side of Hellion, yeah, there's a big chance because consistency is key for Upgrade going forward.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, though, they are all the way on that southwest edge blank. It's a little bit of a difficult position to play from. However, you do have high ground vision over towards Chumacera. You can fight into the town. Now, the next does give Upgrade a couple of options to go all the way out to the west side, challenge out against teams like Heavenly Angels all the way out there, but that would give up their high ground advantage. Is it more likely that we see them careen into the high hills at the top of Chumacera? They do have that option.
Yeah, they absolutely do. It would put them on a lower ground, and I think right now Upgrade are kind of happy with the fact that they get to play on the highest tier. Yes, they're on the outside, but they can start to play down into teams underneath them. It is difficult, though, because there are going to be so many eyes looking that way, including Danger Esports, Defo Dark, as well as Hellion, who is not an easy team to go up against. At the moment, Non-Head looking to just get themselves a little bit more healthy in this lobby after suffering to the blue for such a long amount of time here.
S1 trying to break in past the 721 aggressors now on their slow roll towards the zone. See if they can pick up some pace. Seems like they're pretty low on supplies, though, across the board here for S1. Not really too many meds to be spoken of. No stims, no utility either. So very slow on the looting. Or maybe a lack of priority on what they should be carrying here. I would imagine they just didn't really have the option. Remember, they did have that drop close by. However, F5, they spot this late roll-up from No-Head, or Non-Head, rather. That's going to keep getting me. As Non-Head do take another tumble. S1
everywhere, like,
eat lead in kind.
Yeah,
everyone's
so
getting light up.
Eating lead. That's right, John.
It's a good poem. You should write that down.
Let's take stock of this really quick, because S1, like you said, horrible loot on board. Makes sense in the context that they left El Azhar very early because they didn't want to deal with Non-Head for too long. I don't know what Non-Head are doing. Honestly, that roll-up was... it was a madness. There was a madness to it. I did not see the vision, to be honest. So for Non-Head going out fairly early, after spending so much time to get here as well, it does feel like me in some of my games as well. I'm quite impatient, but I suppose when you're playing in an esports tournament, you can't have that same kind of follow.
Aggressor trying to thread the needle through the branches there with the Mini 14. On the 6X as well. Montana evading, dodging left and right. Fancy with the feet. Coming on through for Crystal Gaming, who were able to move in nice and safely from that northern edge with 4 eliminations to their name as well. They will come into conflict with S1, and as you can see on the screen, to the 721 aggressors as well across the way. On this high ground, in these crates, it is very, very difficult to move much further here for Crystal. If they don't get a little bit of a foothold, maybe look at a sweep out towards that west side if they can mount up towards Jordan.
That area of the map, especially where you're forced to play up against that. I wouldn't call it a mountain, but it's a very high hilltop coming through there towards Chumasera. It does make it very difficult for players down on that south side. I didn't quite catch that. What happened?
Just a replay, but of someone in the crowd. I loved it.
That's an unreal replay, to be fair.
Yeah, it was then followed up with something pretty banging. Montana looking to try and breach forwards here for Crystal Gaming. Batman takes a nade through the window. Nikitin able to land that one. UH Matty will go down next, and it looks like Crystal Gaming gonna make short work of this one. S1, nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, more like Possum Man. He's playing dead quite a lot, honestly, inside this lobby.
Right.
Not too sure about it. But Upgrade, they're looking to make their way through Danger Esports. Now, this is a critical moment in the game for Upgrade, and that is a critical nade through the window. Not a single player lost just yet for Upgrades. They make the pounce upon Danger Esports.
Evil trying to slow things down, puts the Molotov towards the door frame. Upgrade still go forwards, and Ramses has gone down in the meantime. Molody moving in. Rusens as the spearhead. Was told last to stand now in their way. Molody around the door frame. One casualty has been felt. An Upgrade with more to say. 8 elims. Can they get the res before they're challenged again?
An unreal visit upon Danger Esports there coming through from Upgrade, and that will see them upgraded to first place when our leaderboard catches up there. Really, really damn good stuff.
55 points. And they are doggedly in pursuit. They really want that direct invite. The 721 aggressors, though, they are starting to peter out here as Crystal Gaming are mounting their offensive towards this position. And with 8 elims, they are similarly going blow for blow for this match. Montana under pressure. Butcher does manage to slice through behind the tree trunk there. 2 players now for Crystal Gaming are down. 2 players stand in their way for the 721 aggressors, but they're split. They are diverted from one another, and Montana should be going down here to a full flush. 3 players there. Nikitin needs to stand up, but he can't quite do it. Butcher's doing work now, and 1 player on the back lines. It's Jordan for Crystal Gaming to try and keep things together.
I mean, Nikitin goes down, but this has been a messy push, to be honest with you. It could have gone a lot better. Jordan on the outside. There should be a response here coming through from the 721 aggressors. But Crystal Gaming, that it might be game. 25 points. It will be pretty difficult on the last match of the day to make up those points for themselves to get themselves in towards that top 5.
Butcher able to pick up the spoils of his victory there. 5 elims for the 721 aggressors. 8 elims on the game for Crystal Gaming, but they are not done just yet. With 721 aggressors being now in 5th place, they've just bumped up on the bubble. They will be able to extend that lead and stop Crystal Gaming from being in pursuit for that 5th place position. As we get the replay of Molody spray down around the sidelines here. Here's that nade over towards Jordan to seal the deal. The Butcher doing bits for the team. The 721 aggressors, 2 players alive.
It's a great replay that the production team was able to provide for us there as well, because it does just show how disciplined the guys over on Upgrade are. The fact that they're clearing every single room so diligently as well. There is a lack of confusion and chaos in that team. which is what's allowing them to get so deep into these games so frequently. They do also have some players on that squad who are experienced within PUBG Mobile. Molodoi definitely being one of the names that springs to mind quite quickly. And he is leading the team a lot of times to success, which is great to see. Hellion now in a fantastic spot, though, on the northwest side. It looks like we are getting one of those Chumacera finishes that I love to see.
Yeah, that high ground really powerful. From Defo Dark on the east side, from Upgrade as well.
Trust
but then
me,
you have to leave
I'm
it,
pretty
and it
sure
is that
everyone here
Kiss-Curse
wish they
position.
were on that high
You
ground.
get that advantage,
Because
but it
they have
can be
so much
snatched away from
sideline,
you
even
really
though
quickly
there's
with
a
these
lot of
circles.
cover.
We're into stage 6 now, Blank. The circles do start
Thanks
to
for
get
stopping
pretty
by
tight,
the
pretty
way,
cozy.
guys, for all
And with
of
9
hanging
teams
out.
remaining in
Like
this
the
urban
stream
environment, you're
and
going to see teams
subscribe
fighting
if you're
for
new, if you
every
haven't
floor,
already.
every
I'm just
doorway.
chilling. I'm not playing
To
today.
try
It's
and keep things
just
under control. Hellion have yet to
spectating
start to rack
PMGO
up these
Open
points, but
Qualifiers.
now they'll look to try and exact that over towards Heavenly Angels, who have got the high ground against them.
Yeah, again, it all depends on the circle here because there's so many buildings all jammed. This is going to end. Realistically, the team that ends up winning Chumacera quite a lot is the team that's willing to clear through space, take teams when it comes to those moments, because the more teams you leave around you in these early portions of the final circles, the more hellish it is to actually get in towards one of those strong locations within the buildings. So it's good to up for upgrade, to get rid of Danger Esports early, but now they need to set themselves up for success, which is why you're seeing Ruzin actually head over towards that western side to get some better information of what's happening in front of them.
Heavenly Angels looking to try and smoke out, give themselves a path forwards here, deeper into town. Ruzin trying to get that side swipe on, has control of the broad side of this position. Hellion actually taken down 1-for-1 on the trade, taking the knock sent their way, but that will be very, very resable. Bezedka not quite so lucky, does get fully flushed out now. Heavenly Angels, 1 point so far on this game. They'll want a little bit more, but they're in the middle of the tables right now. They'll need to stand up if they want to jump up towards those 5th place positions.
Yeah, the Heavenly Angels, you know, they haven't done terribly, I would say, in these qualifiers, but it has not been with enough oomph for my liking. I think that's what a lot of teams here have suffered by, is that, you know, a lot of their plans are quite sound, but there has only been a few teams that I feel have taken destiny into their own hands. But yeah, there is way too much stationary gameplay at the moment.
It's not helped by the urban finish, to be fair, in Chumacera, in this specific example, but you're right, a little bit more dynamism.
Well, like I said, I think the majority of times teams that win in Chumacera are the ones willing to take space.
Yeah.
And right now, it's very obvious from looking at a lot of these squads that no one wants to do anything drastic. They're always waiting for the next circle. And I think that when you look at, again, the upper echelons of PUBG Mobile esports, there is the winning teams that do not wait for the circle to come to them because they need to clear that space early to ensure they can get a win. For instance, 721 Aggressors here, I know they have to play this high ground. They don't have much choice, but you need to start figuring out how you're going to make that rotate over towards that northern side when the time comes.
Looking at Akicyber in the center as well. If they can hold this central area, the 2 buildings that they've got under their control could be really powerful. Up comes the roll-on for Zero Max Gaming, trying to move on in, but their health bars not looking so hot. And 5 will try and fend off against them. Fallow launches one forwards, gets the knock for it as well. And now just 1 player stands, and Akicyber want a slice of this as well. A little bit too bold there for Zvezda, though. He gets cut through. That is a side swipe, a third party from the north side from Energy across the road. F5 team looking for the spray down, and will be able to find yet another. Zero Max Gaming now stuck with their players on the east side instead.
Good play from F5. I think some of the first good plays you've seen in a while from this team. Their main objective was just to hold on to this building. That's all they really need to do. They do it well.
The solo for Energy is causing so much problem.
Versus Upgrade, who are looking like they are suffering.
He's in a
they will
good
find
spot.
one over towards
But
Hellion.
if he loses zone, he's
So
dead
the
because
Angels versus the Devils here.
he took shots, so everybody know where he's at.
Ruzin for Upgrade, last player to stand. They really want that first place spot. They're now still 5 points behind, and that's what they need to out-earn over the rest of this match. against the Hellions, who are down to 3, cut down to size a little bit there. Heavenly Angels just not able to move on forwards. It's so unfortunate for them. They should be able to take this building by rights, but Hellion are slowing them down. You've got Defo Dark on the north, on that high ground also, doing so much work to keep them at bay. But they don't have a choice. They've got to go for this push.
The kill is added shot, by the way, so if you're looking at the scoreboard and you see points and elimination, the points is already added. So, for example, Hellion, that's the #1 team that's on 61. That 2 kill, that 2 elim, that's already added to that 61.
At least in this match of Akicyber, incredibly important. Currently on the cusp on 4th place with 37 points. The 721 aggressors looking to chase here too, but
they don't need to do too much. They just need to like
at least a hill.
Stay consistent.
They might be able to get a couple more points over towards Defo Dark though, because this next getting burnt up and into the corner. Actually a pretty difficult push to go for unless they put a nade in through this window, but then they have to step onto the outside. Runs through fire and runs them through. Another shutdown goes on in, and now there's 2 more players on the stairwell wondering what the hell just happened. 12 rounds in the UMP, get the reload! Not quite going to be able to hold the corner this time, though. An upgrade fall. 2nd place locked in for now. But how much longer can they hold?
I mean, to be fair to him, that is exactly what I'm looking for in these games, because I think that a lot of other players would have just stayed still, allowed that nade to go through, but he understands that in that situation, he can't afford to just sit in that room and wait out the Molotov, wait out the nade. Again, these are the teams that deserve to be in the prelims, in my opinion, because they are trying to take fate and mold it to their advantage a lot of times. 721 aggressors, great nade over towards Defo. You've got Lider going down as well. That's 2 already. It's 2 versus 4 right now.
And this is what I was worried about for Defo Dark. Sure, they have the numbers on this high ground, but the 721 aggressors, they've got the inside track. They've got this silo that they can play around up this staircase. It's brilliant. Spidey finally going to be dismounted, but the damage is done. 2 players now stand. It's Butcher, it's Spidey. They want to find the final player of Defo Dark. They've got 7 elims now. They are in that 4th place now and putting Akicyber down to humble 5th. And the nade over the top connects. Doesn't have any more to play with. Thinks about going for that crate. Is there a nade in there? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Spidey takes up the mantle. 1 player drops. Shots still up on that high ground. Will take the trade. Will take the challenge. Will be able to find the knock, but the blue zone's there. And it's F5 team to be able to take those shots from the sidelines as well. The shutdown comes through. The 721 aggressors up into 5th place, but it's just Butcher now to stand.
Bam! He's going to try and go on the zipline here, but it's not to be. F5 team shoots him out of the air, refreshes.
Get out of here.
Kill count. 3 eliminations. Hellion at 3 as well. Akicyber as well as NRG still in this one. You can see the teams that really are desperately wanting this one. Holding on for as long as possible, making it as close as possible going into the final game.
The bubble is very, very close still at this stage. F5 have turned up in a way that we haven't seen from them so far today. Blanco 10 elims right now. They've done a lot of work. 10 of those 15 points that they've managed to get so far today are just from this game. They will get placements on top of that. The question is how many. With Zalakov going down, it might be 4th place as the reward for them. Fallow tries to find the player crossing from Energy, but he's already through. And he's into the building on the inside track as well. That smoke is going to work for him.
5 team attempting to crawl through this game, but I think soon it might be time to drop some S in the chat. Pay our respects. Hellion though moving through. They have done a good job. Awesome nade though. Ake, Cyber trying to keep this one alive. Admin not quite going down just yet. Falcon does get up, can administer some first aid. But it's Groza who's down.
Bro, energy surviving.
Wants vengeance here, breaking out wide, but he's low.
Imagine if you won.
Does so much work, and now Akicyber with 2 more players to handle. 2 players alive. It's just F5 team who may be able to sneak it away in the final moments. Admin looking for the heal behind the broken wall. F5 team now in a 1v1. Fallow wants to do it, but the blue zone's there too. F5 team control from Juma Serra. And they pick up a final hour chicken dinner. The 5th match here. Do they have a chance?
I mean, I
might
said
have a
drop some Fs in the
chance.
chat to pay respects,
They
but
might
we're
have
paying respects for
to
different
qualify to
reasons.
the second
That
qualifier,
was
which
one
is
hell of a
that's where
respectful
the global
finish
teams
coming through from F5 team. Even getting that final elimination
That
as
was a
well
good
with the jump
ending.
shot, lovely
I
stuff.
chaotic ending
That's
as well.
what you want to see. And again, that's some determination in the final moments of these qualifiers that you desperately want. Again, the teams are starting to realize that they cannot hang around anymore. They've got to get stuck into it. But one more game after this one will be decided who goes for the prelims and who will be getting that magical spot straight through to the finals. We're taking a look at our final moments just in a second, as well as the team stats. But for now, let's check out the players. They're all looking pretty happy just to be here, which is always nice.
Absolutely. I mean, it's got to feel good in match 5 of 6 to go into that final game with a little bit of an upswing, right? Maybe you can hit that 5th place. Also, important to mention, Hellion, late into this game, holding on to that 1st place. You've also got Akicyber, who are a little bit closer to the bubble, putting in a lot of work here, getting a couple of points on board. That 4th place finish, not what Hellion wanted, and a low elim count, sure, but there's still points, and they will still add up to the total. Fallow closing it down in a 1v2, brilliant stuff. Admin tries to head around with a Molotov there. Look at her try and burn him out.
That ending was crazy.
Fallow to be able to pick up that point is
I think Hellion is
getting
number 1.
7 of the team's elims blank. They managed to get up to 12 total.
Yeah, you know what? It's actually very interesting for me at the end there. For Hellion more than anything, Admin was so unbelievably low, and his teammate from Akicyber wasn't able to help him. So it surprised me that both the players from Hellion didn't opt to take that fight against him, and instead tried to get round the side. I think if they'd actually hit some of those shots, it might have been a very different story there for Hellion, having at least 2 players going up against F5 team and NRG. Which, by the way, for NRG, they also got pretty deep into that match.
Absolutely. Well, we've got a little bit of an interview lined up with F5 team. Let's head back to the stage.
We do indeed have an interview here. Hey, Frag, how you doing, man? I've got Frag from Fantastic 5 here joining me. What an amazing end of that match. I just want to ask, what were the comms like? What was communication like at the very end? Because you had one player against a sea of teams.
Hozir bizda Frank qaysi jamoa edi? F5. Qanaqa bo'ldi sizga hissiyot? Masalan, bir o'zingiz to'g'rimi? И несколько komanda nima deyishdi anaqa qolgan o'yinchilar как бы tez bo'l yoki nima? Qanaqa kommentariyami?
Unaqa kommentariy bo'lmadi, o'zimga qo'yib berishdi. Что komanda tushunadi, birinchilarni. Ancha hayajon bo'ldi, amalladik.
He was of course nervous, but his teammates let him do it independently, so they believed him.
Gotcha. Okay. Frag, one final question. Keep this nice and short because you have a final game to prepare for. So, speaking of this final game, what's the plan going into it? Are you going to slow things down? You're going to come out super aggressive to try and get as many points as possible? What is the plan?
Rejangiz qanday? Masalan, oxirgi map botdi, to'g'rimi? Karta botdi. Juda ham aggressivni o'ynash boshlasam yoki sekin, anaqa to'xtab, average bo'lib o'ynaysizlarmi yoki nechtadir ko'proq kill yig'ishga harakat qilib o'ynaysizlarmi?
Endi уже unchalik ko'p kill qilishga iloji yo'q, уже default o'ynaymiz, как hozir o'ynagandek.
They will be just playing as they did now.
Just keep it the same throughout. I like it. Frag, thank you so much for joining us in this interview. For now, we've got one more match to prepare for, so let's go back over to the analysts.
Thanks.
F5, whatever you do, do not settle, because everything, I'm pretty sure once we get to see everything with the overall and that finish, I do gotta say something though. Follow? Oh my goodness, that jump shot though.
Crazy good. I thought he was good. No. Realistically, what F5 did at the very end of that game was very smart, which is two of the teams are fighting. You have center circle control, and it's going to be the last circle shift too, right? So it's definitely going to close up onto you. Let them fight. Pick up the pieces. Doesn't matter if you get maybe less eliminations. You're getting those 10 points 100% of the time in that finishing scenario. So not much to say, except that is how you play those situations.
Not surprised that he is currently the MVP out of that one. 889.
you use an MG3. You need to shoot it for it to be effective.
Yeah.
Well, this team's towards the bottom there, Rook. All of those teams, I want to look at the overall because final match, I want to see who's currently in that top 5, who's close, and who might not even get a chance to make it in the 7-1. Honestly, that team, the way they've been able to turn it around, the aggression has been there, but look how close it is. It's currently tied 5th place and 6th place match.
This was a massive chicken dinner we just got from at 5. Like, they don't get that. They're pretty much out of the race entirely for a spot in the top 5. And now they actually, they need another big game, though, because there's still a pretty significant gap between Energy in 6th place and 7th place for F5. So they still need to back it up with another good result. But as of right now, we're looking at, like, pretty much, I would say, 4 of our teams are pretty much locked in. It's going to be a fight for like that 5th position, it seems like, for this final game.
Yeah, I do want to point out though that DRG are in a little bit of danger now. They're riding on the coattails of that back-to-back win in the first 2 games of the day. They thought that was going to be enough to have them sail through a little bit, and it just isn't, because these other teams are now starting to really wake up and understand what's at stake here. And I think for them, it's making them suffer just a little bit.
Something to keep an eye on too that we saw earlier on is with Helion upgrade, right? Those teams being able to get a lot of points, they need to watch out for them, especially for the teams that are towards the bottom, trying to catch up.
Yeah, right now, upgrade, I'd say they're pretty much safe when it comes to top 5 location. The only thing you need to focus on is going right for Helion in first place. So that's going to create a little bit of a fight, a little bit of a battle happening here. Though actually, as we go along on the leaderboards, a lot of these teams, as we said, kind of out of the race. They got nothing to lose. Teams become, weirdly enough, very scary when they have nothing to lose. Like, they become a real pain in the side when you have to deal with them. So if you do encounter one of those teams that have nothing to lose, that might become a major issue for your chances of making it in top 5.
That spoiler role we always talk about, especially from these teams, right? I mean, look at the last match. You're gonna have to send it. If you're a team towards the bottom, Team Natura, really weren't able to do much. Try to at least catch, you know, a clip so you can share it, add it to your resume.
I mean,
for
honestly,
the
absolutely. Yeah, for the TikTok, why not? On your new phone.
I think it is time. I want to go to the final match. I want to see who's going to be going to the main event and who's going to be going to the prelims. Let's send it over to the commentators, John Allen and Blank.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. We've got one more match to play for these teams in the Uzbek qualifiers for the PMGO. My name is John Allen, and with me is Blank.
This has to be the worst high 5 I've done. Low 5. I was taking his energy. Okay.
Absolutely. You've stolen it now.
Like an energy vampire. I've stolen that now. I want to pass it on to the teams. That's me passing it on to the teams. It's done. Look at that. Easy as that.
That was pretty easy. You're right.
Yeah. One more game.
What isn't easy, apparently, is 1, speaking, 2, getting the points you need in this next game for these teams, right? That is a really tall order because it is such a closely fought bubble, because it is such a short format position. The volatility is
the team that's second, they can pop off, they can, if Helion die early, and the team that's second pop off, they can qualify that first place spot straight to the final.
That could be true. Or, conversely, not the contrapositive.
Yeah, it's a matter of what really matters in these matches.
Very nice.
Thank you. But going forward, as Neptune says, I think it's a great point to bring up. Right now, teams are waking up. They are waking up in a big way. F5 team being able to get that absolute blaster of a game going through Fallow with some incredible late game moments. It was very, very cool to see. But this is now our final Miramar of the day. This is the decider. This is where it all comes down to it. Who's going through the prelims and who's picking up that juicy invite directly to the finals in a few days' time.
That is true. And to be fair, it's not all done and dusted for
be able to pick themselves up that position without non-head being there to harass them. Again, I'd like to reiterate that non-head has never dropped in a consistent position throughout the entirety of this qualifier.
That's that superpower, though. We'll get a real zoom in on this player.
Keep you guessing.
Yeah, who's that? Don't know. So zoomed in. We're on board. Definitely non-head do keep you guessing, and you never know when they're going to pitch up on your doorstep. If they become hot drop specialists in all locations, you know, maybe. But then if you play against them long enough, you're going to know how they hot drop you.
Yeah, they also have to make the prelim.
That is true.
Yeah, and I would say this is a factor of why they haven't made the prelims just quite yet.
Many points needed.
Many points needed indeed, which we don't currently get to see at the moment. Still on stage 1. Danger Esports over towards
another
that
early
side
skirmish
with Zero Max Gaming. Hate the old Picado.
No one's
1v1s.
gonna push.
Always awkward.
I think Danger Esports should just push back and leave if they can, because
just brought us biscuits. That's very kind of him. But the thing
there's
is,
not much on this side.
Can't talk with your mouth full. That's rude.
I mean, you'll get loot, but you're in trouble.
It's been a while since we've
You
seen
can't get a
one
vehicle.
team up, one team down standoff in Picado. Generally, when you see hot drops in Picado in the past, they have developed to the stage where it's one team in one apartment block, one team in the other apartment block. That is generally much more common to see.
Yo, David Orban,
we're going back to the old one-up,
we're just there
either way,
respected
hot drops
to
generally
open qualifiers. I mean, esports always a team I watch.
And neither of those two teams has
whenever I'm not playing, or if a tournament is live, especially if it's an international one, I'll watch. So
first player goes down.
PUBG give me the go ahead to watch party, so I'm here doing that. So how's it been, man? What's good?
Rook currently losing one player. With Defo currently watching them from afar. S1 on that northeast side. Looking to make it in a little bit sooner this time around, you'd hope. Here's Defo the Lider finding one. That's pretty big news for them. Divergent Gaming suffering, but they do find one.
Fortunate Defo Dark trying to keep on the rally, try and move forwards. Damage is done, and they'll try and pounce when it's still going in their favor. A lot more to be poured on down, and that is going to be Defo Dark. Out to the east side, Impala is claimed, but 2 players from Defo Dark are down. That is the first team confirmed not to be making it any further blank. Rook are out and eliminated. Defo Dark, sure they have a chance, but you're looking at 5th place right now with 41 points. You've got 22 on the board. You need so much more. I don't think they've got the legs to do this.
Yeah, it's not happening. For Rook, though, sadly, that will be them leaving our current tournament. Thank you very much for joining us, but unfortunately this will be the last rung on the ladder for them. In the meantime, Zero Max Gaming going against Danger Esports. Looks like they're all trying to get themselves out of the way nice and early. I'm not opposed to it. Danger Esports do take a single knock, but as do Zero Max Gaming. In he comes, Suxa with the horse, galloping in, looking to give them the hoof.
Boss down on the outside though. Suxa trying to keep things together. We'll pick up one more point for them, confirm that one as well. Trying to rotate around, trying to find these angles, and they will be able to get the job done. 2 elims found for Suxa, 4 elims for the team. Zero Max Gaming, 2 players alive. Picado, this hot drop does resolve itself, but it is at a cost. Those 2 players, and it's the same story as with Defo Dark. They are just too far behind at this point blank.
Yeah, Danger Esports out as well. Lil X once again in a hot drop situation. Coming very quickly into contest with F5, who had a great ending to their last match. And again, this is a team that is desperately looking to get in towards that top 5, currently in 7th place.
Ooh, let's go, lads. No players going down as well. Will he be able to get the bandage off in time? Yes, he will. And that will be enough to keep him nice and healthy. First aid in the pocket as well. Will be able to heal all the way up. It is stage 1. The blue zone doesn't tick too heavily there. And that is F5 with a clean fight. 4 elims found. Blank, they're at 31 points now. They are They are currently 10 points behind the bubble on 41 points. They need 10 more points than both NRG and the aggressors 7-1
that's the thing with
to be able
PUBG, so
to take that 5th place spot. It is not impossible.
They had a
Crucially,
solo
they have
in
all
final
4 players to
circles
do
the
it.
last game. He
Yeah, the
crushed up,
possibility for
won
them
that
is
game,
there
and now they
which
get
is
4
really
kills
nice
early.
to
So
see.
this is
Again,
a
like you
really
said, that
good
bubble
setup
at 41 points.
going ahead to qualify. They just need
A
top
little
5
bit
to
further
qualify to
away.
the next open qualifier, which that's where the other global teams
Overall,
come in, like the
very excited though,
qualifiers from NA,
to
South
see this
America,
one go through.
Europe,
21
PMGO, all
aggressors,
of those
again
teams
in
gonna
a
come together and
central
play.
position.
So
Looking pretty good
that's
there.
a good start for
But we
5.
are going to
They
go
have
to
a
an
chance to
interview
make top
very
5 for sure.
quickly with Chosen from Divergent Gaming to see if they can pull this one through right to the end.
Welcome to the front of stage, where we are joined by Chosen, the coach from Divergent Gaming. Now, I've got to ask you something really simple off the bat. I just want to know what you think, as the coach, your team's biggest strength is in game.
Hammaga yana bir bor salom. Bizda mana Chosen Divergent team trenerlari. Siz trener bo'la turib komandangizdagi ishtirokchilarning eng kuchli tarafi nima deb o'ylaysiz?
Bizni komandada birinchi o'rinda intizom muhim. Ya'ni o'sha o'yinchilar doimiy ravishda trenirovka qilishi va o'yinlarga fokus qaratib e'tibor berishi muhim. Eng kuchli tarafi PUBG Mobile'da doimiy kuchli komanda. Bu jamoaviy o'yin ko'rsatgan komanda kuchli hisoblanadi. Va shu narsaga e'tibor bergan holatda komandamiz jamoaviy o'yinda yaxshi ko'rsata oladi.
So the most important thing was discipline, of course, and they are very focused. And the thing he says that most strong is that they are very good at teamwork. So that's what holds them together.
It definitely showed, especially in those first 2 matches. So let's talk about those matches. You had a really impressive start to the day, but it's kind of tailed off now. What's been going wrong?
Birinchi, ikkinchi o'yinlarda juda ham zo'r natija ko'rsatinglar. Lekin afsuski 3-o'yindan boshlab sal ritmlar pastga tushib ketdi. Nima sababchi bo'ldi?
Birinchi, ikkinchi kartada biz o'zi taktika bo'yicha agressiv o'yin ko'rsatishimiz kerak edi va shu narsaga erishdik va o'zimizga kerakli bo'lgan plus point, kill pointlarni ishlab oldik. 3-chi, 4-chi kartaga keladigan bo'lsak, jamoamiz xuddi birinchi, ikkinchi kartadagi agressiv emas, ya'ni stabilni o'ynashga harakat qilish kerak edi. Bu narsani yomon emas, qo'limizdan kelgan darajada eplayapmiz.
In the first and second game, they were focused and prepared to do it very aggressively. So that's their strategy method to point the needed kills. After the second one, the third and fourth, they are mostly playing like average. That's their tactic, and they count this as something very positive.
Okay. So it's just kind of tailing off, but it's not too bad. I'm sure that they'll pick it up towards the end of the day. Thank you so much for joining us in this interview, Chosen.
Thank you.
Stay right there, but for now, we're going to go back into the game.
Wise words from Chosen, but there's been plenty of action unfolding as well on your screens. The 721 aggressors taking a little bit of a scrap there on that south side. Okay, Cyber are 4 players strong though, and close by could potentially prove problematic as Spidey has to turn tail. Sling his web over towards the compound.
Yeah, again for the 721 aggressors, this is an important game for them. Cannot be losing players like this. Upgrade down towards that southeast side. We know that they like to play from the edge, get themselves in towards the center of the map a little bit later on, but not always looking for the chicken dinners. I think this is a team of opportunity. They look to pick themselves up the eliminations where they can get themselves a fairly decent placing, and that has really paid dividends. So I would like to see them, if they do make it towards the prelims and the finals themselves, actually pick themselves up for chicken dinner at some point. I think that being able to close is also a skill in of itself.
Moving on in, the 721 aggressors lost 2 on the western side in their conflict. They got 5 points on board. Will that be enough? It's going to be tricky. Impossible to call at this stage. Roll down from Aki Cyber towards Spidey. They saw him get into this compound. They've got a high ground off angle as well. Don wants to try and take the challenge, but the DBS is on the inside here. Only 7 shells, and it's not going to matter as he is put down there. And Spidey falls. 1 player now stands. for the 721 aggressor. It is just the namesake to defend in the top 5 positions.
Currently in 4th place with 46 points. It's a little bit ahead of the rest, but is it enough? The aggressor himself is going to have to make his way through the rest of this match, try and get a higher placing. As we talked about earlier, only until you get to that 9th position and onwards are you going to start to earn those points. Anyone beneath that 8th place will not be getting anything in terms of placement points. So you do really, really desperately need to get towards those later moments of this match. Right now, though, we are towards Saint Martin as well as Graveyard. I think a lot of people would call this a graveyard of the valley, to be honest. It's a really difficult to play in, and most teams are crunched on the eastern side of the map.
Taking a look just continually at those scoreboards as well on the right-hand side of the screen as the replays flash up as well. Players picking up these points, and ooh, that was a nice little opener from Boss. Still a bold peak there. These replays taken fast. I mean, F5 team was the most impressive team in the last match. They were able to do a lot of work here, and this time they are allowed to stay as 4 players fairly late into the game. They lost a player very, very early in that last match, losing a player, I think, at 1 minute and 28 seconds in, and another around the 16-minute mark. So they were playing as 2 for a long, long time. This time around, they have a little bit more to play with. Crystal Gaming, upgrade, now in conflict.
Yeah, and I think... that's it.
Oh dear.
I mean, it came real quick there as we pushed over towards it. Crystal Gaming taking down Upgrade, which leaves them in 2nd place. They could drop further if Eki Cyber is able to get more points on this match, but that confirms them not going into that direct fight, invite into the finals. Hellion, more than likely to take it, to be honest with you. They have a strong position on that eastern side.
With Aki Cyber, the next nearest
I call it from non-chat. I can call it.
Interesting spot on that south edge.
They qualified straight to the final. That's the number 1 team right now. The only person could have really challenged was
that is going to be tricky.
The team 2nd, UPG, but they're out.
To have a massive point-earning game, but we'll have to wait and see if they're able to take shots.
The only way
teams on the northeast side,
they're not qualified first.
Can get stuck into these fights, I would say.
If they die right now, if they go down right now. The team that's 3rd place pop off.
It's very unlikely that teams are going to be able to step up. I think you might be right. I think it might just be Hellion done and dusted in that top spot.
Yeah, it's very hard to overtake them. And to be honest with you, what I really like from Hellion, as this fight between Crystal Gaming and Nonhead concludes, it's the fact that this is one of the times where they have not been weirdly aggressive. This has been quite subdued in terms of the game, because this is always a good thing to see in a team, is knowing when to fight, when to push, and when to pull back. Because I think here they understand that placement points is probably going to be more than enough to earn them over towards that 1st place position, and they don't want to really risk anything else. Good nade from Jordan. We've seen a couple of those during the qualifiers so far, as Nonhead will lose closer.
More going through, but a double response there from Spectra, tearing them in half. And Crystal Gaming down to their last player. It's just insane in a 1v3, maybe a 1v4 if Romy can stick this res, get his teammate back up. This is dangerous now. Crystal Gaming let it slip away. A beautiful nade in again. Of course it's Spectra. But that's Crystal Gaming done. They are out in 8th place blank. Another team joins the pile
in the open qualifiers. Like most of these teams, it's their first ever
leaving Crystal Gaming barely Spectral
they're playing
in this
really
match.
decent.
Just
they're
goes
really
watching
decent.
the rest of the qualifiers here. Fantastic stuff. And it's good that I get to talk well about Nonhead, because I've not done a lot of that during this qualifier.
That's maybe not your fault, though. You know, that is a little bit of a response to their performances here. Aki Cyber, they've had Zvezda go down, but Don's in position to maybe get the protection going for his teammate. Up and close to the ridgeline, though. Are they going to stick this res? I feel like that's maybe a little bit bold. They have got the long-range off angle here, but the players are too close. They're bearing down upon it. Nade over confirms that flush, and Aki Cyber striking for the top spot, made all the harder by S1 from the bottom of the table, still having an impact. And this is what we were saying, right? There's nothing to lose. You go for these fights. There is a third party in F5 as well, just across the way, but the nades are being traded. Don not quite connecting this time.
NRG also finding a shot from the sidelines there. That's over towards Mati. Pretty rough stuff. For NRG, this is an extremely important game for them. Divergent Gaming in front of them. by 2 points. NRG started off very strong at the beginning of the day, but they have slowly fallen off a little bit. Those points have not been coming through thick and fast. They have a fantastic game over on Erangel, but that's all there really was. Eastern side, though, strong point of contact. And it could be incredibly sad for Divergent Gaming to go out now, but they're keeping themselves outside the conversation.
This fight important for that top spot. Akicyber really the only team with a shot at taking them down off that pedestal. And they've just lost another player, gone down, taken a knock. Force trying to move into position. FaZe steps out way too wide there, has to get back. Lickety split is able to do that. The res comes through for Akicyber, and they will have another chance at this one.
Yeah, there is another team in the wings, though. It's F5 team, who did just take down another player, Takaranu. From S1, FaZe struggling. Last player alive now for S1. Likely to go out soon. Sandwiched between 2 stale pieces of bread, because that is a hard position to be in.
Akicyber pick up the final points there from S1. 6 elims found for them. And they do still have that opportunity here with F5 team. Fantastic 5 down to 3. 1 player taken fairly low as well. Can't really do too much to curtail the swell from Akicyber over to this high ground, over to this plateau that sits above them. The eastern side heavily populated right now on this circle. Next zone is just about to pop as we head to a couple of replays as well. You can see in the picture-in-picture as well, Akicyber trying to put the Kibosh onto F5's ascendancy to the top 5.
Yeah, just getting a quick replay on Crystal Gaming. Obviously, I think they went through the ringer, honestly, and then led up towards non-head, approaching them later on. Circle moves off towards that western side. There is hope for the 721 aggressors. Currently in a single compound, all on his lonesome in the center of the map. It's actually a fantastic place to be, but I imagine the Divergent Gaming have their eyes set on that one.
Would be a hefty prize. Look at Defo Dark on the north side as well. If you're watching the map feed, available on YouTube, by the way, you would know that they've just made a nice rotation over to the west edge, up on the north side. They are only 2 players, so they needed to do something a little bit sneakier, and they have managed to make that one work. Force able to lay down the law from the top there on the high ground, able to land the shotgun shell, and F5 cut down to 2.
Almost 700 damage at this stage of the game is
yeah,
pretty impressive coming through from Force.
That's tough for F5.
Cyber.
They were trying to
that takes them up to
make it to
place.
top 5.
Chasing the second coming through from Upgrade. Highly unlikely. I think we can almost call it now that it will be Hellion moving through to the finals. And I mean, fair play. They have had a killer of a day today. F5 team tries their live last first aid kit. Just going to nade himself. Fair enough.
Smoking it out. He knows what's happening. And down they go. F5 will be eliminated. 7th place earned for them. Defo Dark could change that. They could push them down to 8th. But they will be on the front page no matter what. However, we now turn our eyes towards that bubble with energy. With Divergent Gaming, with the 721 aggressors as well, all fighting for it, and Akicyber all the while trying to push their way uphill towards first.
Okay. I'm not entirely sure what he was thinking, but it worked.
Well, not for him. I mean, his teammate was the one who was able to get that final shutdown in with the nade from the sidelines, but with Hellion needing to go for a res, they have to break out wide for it, reposition a little bit, they have to slow down. However, wait, hang on a minute. That wasn't even their elim. It came through from another team. I think Energy might have taken that one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't really know what's happening. The non-head's just looking to cause as much trouble as possible. Azik moves through to Graveyard proper. Looking to resurrect some assistance, hopefully. What he needs in this scenario. Ooh. Nice nade from Groza, though. Starts things off strong for them.
Azik, 1 nade, looking to confirm the flash rather than go for the second knock. Will be able to do so. Spectra on the wheel right now, trying to get across. Does manage to find himself to the shack here. So Hellion with 3 players. They've got their first elim on the game, and now they want more.
They're hungry.
Into zone
They
8
are
we go.
hunting.
Wow.
Zone 7, sorry. Apologies. Zone 6?
Bro,
Stage
even
six?
Chad,
Seven
even
circle
Alien
pop?
go on now, they still
I'm not sure.
get
I'd have to check
first
the fence
place
posts
because
I mean,
second
I can
place
see it on the
team
screen.
need like probably a win
know
with
what?
like what 7
6
kills.
looks like 8.
So the more people die,
No.
the
Don't
more
even try and save me from this one. This one's all me.
the chance goes
Okay.
down for them
You fluffed it.
I need to get...
not
But we
qualifying.
can recover as a team.
If you're here in chat and you're out
Don't
and you
fall for
haven't
the stroke of a
already,
star.
make sure you hit that like button
You look no more wise than
and
you do
share
right
this
now.
stream.
Goodness me.
Subscribe
Hellion,
if
I'm
you're
going to stop
new.
you, mean, because you have a lovely moustache. That's what everyone's saying.
Look, just need some more homeschooling. That's all.
I'll probably go live later on
Couple
tonight.
of lessons.
It's
Here and
just
I could do with
yeah, gameplay. I'm
For sure.
gonna run a few
You
matches.
guys at home, maybe, able to give like a couple of lessons if you're watching the map feed, which is available on the top
There's
side
numbers
of the
on that
vertical
vertical
stream.
stream. There
Exactly.
is.
There's numbers, there's a map feed, there's player
They're
cams,
cool.
everything on the vertical stream, available on both YouTube and TikTok. Make sure you guys are checking it out. If you don't want to turn your phone sideways, don't worry. You can head over and watch that vertical feed. Or you can split off the map feed as a separate view, because that is available as a standalone stream on YouTube. You can head over there and have all the up-to-date rotations from every single one of our players, every single one of our teams throughout the course of the PMGO.
Look, all we're saying is that there is multiple ways to watch this stream. And multiple ways in which to enjoy PUBG Mobile now. Not just one, but 3.
Oh, wow. That's incredible. Although there is no commentary on the map feed.
Yeah.
But that is a way to enjoy it.
It's more like the tartar sauce to the fish, okay? Right?
Okay.
It's a condiment
Yeah.
to the amazing action that happens here, right here with us. Or if you're sick of us speaking, just put the map feed on.
I wouldn't blame you.
Yeah. I wouldn't either. Defo Dark currently over towards that north side. Hellion actually sent Azik towards this location earlier on, but he's been fairly handedly shut down on that north side, sent away. Surprised he's lived this long. Spectra might even want to peek out for a couple of seconds, and I think Azik realizes that he doesn't have too many places to go. He's going to have to get out of the vehicle, stick here for now. Hopefully Falcon can provide cover from the side, but the shot's coming through from Divergent, and Shox goes down.
Really important pickup for Hellion. And remember that they've still got Falcon all the way across the way, which is why Spectra can't super strong. No,
I'm just watching.
Peek out from this position just because.
So
Yeah,
it doesn't matter
no,
what
no.
happens to the first place team,
we'll see.
Hellion.
No,
If they
of course
die
not.
right now,
Falcon
they're already
has
through.
got oversight.
Doesn't
of
matter
the
what
position,
happens
which
in
makes
this
it
game.
so much harder
I'm
for him to go for
watching
these peaks
from.
convincingly over towards Azik. And
I'm
sure,
watching
Azik is
from
still very much in danger from Defo Dark up the hill. You can see
17
they're going for that
remaining.
res,
I
trying
mean,
to
it's
keep two
quite a
players
few.
alive,
But the main thing I'm watching
it's a
is
suppressed position nonetheless.
The real story
56.
here is right now is that
They're
DRG
close.
and NRG, or Divergent Gaming and Energy, are currently going head-to-head right now, 44 to 42 points. So it is Divergent Gaming currently in 5th place. That will put
Yeah,
them
they're
on
the
the
teams to
bubble
watch.
right now. So there is
Because
a full head-to-head here
The cutoff
between
point
these two
is
teams.
top 5.
Look to make their
So
way to
from
prelims.
2nd to
One
5th,
of
they
them
go to the
could be
second
going
open,
home, or
the
both
second
of them going through
qualifier. That's
and
where all the global
surpassing the
teams
current
comes in.
46 points
And
of the
then
721 aggressors.
first place
Cyber
go
up
to
and
the
into the central
grand
compound. They've made that
final.
crossing, and there's only one player to stand against them. It's the aggressor, but he's burning, and I don't think he's going to last the day. Will fall down, and that is the 721 out. It is possible, remember, that both DRG and NRG can surpass the
That's
721
tough.
aggressor, and they could potentially be knocked out.
Because that's what, 3 points
Looking at the
for
current lay of the land,
DRG.
I'm
and
sort of expecting
5
NRG
for
as well as
NRG.
Divergent
So if
Gaming getting
NRG can
towards
finish
those
second
last
place,
two
they're
teams,
qual.
which should, in theory, put them ahead of the 721 aggressor, despite all the effort, despite all the clambering towards that top side of the lobby. This could just be it for them. It's also nice to know that we have 4 of the top 5 currently in the last circles.
Hey, things getting a little bit tidier here. Aki Cyber still on the hunt, though, and they are not outside the realms of possibility of still laddering up towards first. They're 1 point behind second place. I don't know who wins the tiebreaker there, but they are still in with a chance of getting higher and higher up on these tables. That's Energy going down. Hang on a minute, they're down to their last 2. This is devastating for them, and it's Divergent Gaming that wants to take the point.
Yeah, they're crumbling. They are absolutely crumbling. They need to get a second place. That's what will get them through. But energy is out. And Divergent Gaming make it into the top 5. Depo Dark do not have the chance. It all came tumbling down like Jenga in those last moments for NRG.
Shot, so
and not only that, not only are we going to confirm Divergent Gaming into the top 5, we also confirm the 721 aggressors. We also confirm Upgrade in those top 5 positions. The question now is, can Aki Cyber take that first place spot?
I don't think there's enough eliminations in the lobby for them, is there?
There's not enough. 10.
If they can get a chicken dinner, they get 10 points, right? They're just trying to chase 74. They were on 50 something. I think there may not be. I think you might be right. Second place all but guaranteed, though, as the points still going into the pocket of Divergent Gaming.
I think there's... Hear me out. I think there's a potential where Aki Cyber are able to get all the elimination in the lobby. They tie, but they win on the tiebreaker with chicken dinners.
We'd really have to double check
exactly.
on that.
We'll have to wait for the leaderboards. I'm just putting that in your heads. Keep things spicy.
Ooh.
Okay?
Uh-oh.
I'll leave it to the desk to tell me I'm wrong.
He knew he could get that drop down. That's confidence right there.
Not right now, Max.
Oh dear. Aki Cyber still trying to make it work with 10 elims found so far. Taking very, very low. Admin still just about alive on a sliver of HP.
In a situation like that, he just pick up and just
Don up and forward.
Take cover immediately.
In their position right now, Aki Cyber might be able to get the chicken dinner here. But you're right, the question is,
if he didn't hear us probably now. Yo, that's...
I think actually...
That's some shot.
I think puts them on 72 points with the chicken dinner. If they get there and they get all the eliminations in the lobby. So I still don't think it's enough.
Ooh.
So now it's a full 4v4 though. 4v3, sorry. Fun to watch at the end of the game. But it's an incredible lineup from Aki Cyber. I'm expecting them to win this engagement between them and Divergent Gaming.
With control of the buildings, control of the center of the circle. Blank, this one closes direct center because we are now at stage 8 moving to stage 9. And that is just fully under the control of Aki Cyber. Divergent need to find something special here. And it is going to be the first breakout wide, and that's going to go unchallenged. Force not going to try and stop that one. It seemingly had complete vision on it, but maybe worried that it was just going to be a bait peek from Divergent. They have the numbers advantage. Admin staying in the blue for little to no reason. Takes them down to 2, but there's an answer. Finally getting that response.
Yeah, no idea why Admin sat there for so long. I don't think he had to do that. But now, Divergent Gaming trying to make a break for it. It is 2 players here from Aki Cyber. They do find 2, despite Admin deciding just to Control-Alt-Delete himself on the sidelines.
Moves on in towards the hillside now. They're off the rooftops here. They've taken 2 of the players down with them. Now it's just 2 more to go. Trying to chuck that ordnance on in, and they are putting a lot of pressure. They are taking this fight into their own hands with the close range capabilities here from Force. Looking for the spray down. There's DBSs in hand, but another nade bobbled over the top. The last is loosed, and the Molotov, the only thing now that he can unleash upon them from the overarm. With Don still backing up on the back line, they confirm the last flush.
Has the MG3, but only needs MG2 of them on this hilltop. More smoke's going through. One's broken out. Does he see it? Incredible firepower will do the deed. Aki Cyber needs one more.
1v1.
A 1v1.
Don with the chance here against Noisy. Divergent want this final chicken dinner. Close the day as they started it, but it's denied. Don pushes them back. They get the chicken dinner here. Blank, Aki Cyber, they've done as much as they could do, but will it be enough?
That is about as much as they could possibly do there.
I don't think it's enough to get first
that it is not enough to see them through to the finals, and Hellion will be picking up that
it's
spot.
enough to qualify them to the second open qualifiers. That's where all those teams that qualify globally, that's where everyone comes in.
Incredible showing from Aki Cyber. That's the second game today. They've had an absolute
what a day
in terms of eliminations.
It's really hard
though.
though.
The teams trying to do calculations in
playing
their
6 matches that's it. Shush. Now you don't have time for
Absolutely.
mistakes.
What a way to close down the day. Even not, though, getting a direct invite spot to the finals of PMGO. We will be seeing Aki Cyber again tomorrow in those prelims if they haven't made it to that first place spot. As you can see, celebration starting to unfold there as Aki Cyber get their chicken dinner photo taken, making sure that it's good. Is it good? Is it good? I think it's good.
I think they were checking how many points they grabbed in that last game.
Still having to wait and see. They look pretty happy. Either way, they're pretty happy with that one. Into the final blow replays here. Is the Aki Cyber just controlling so much of this territory? Admin didn't need to go down there, I think it's safe to say, but either way, didn't matter, they didn't need it. They were just nerfing themselves for a little bit more of a show for us.
Yeah, I think so as well. Admin was like, you know what, I'll take a dip on this map real quick. I'll sub myself.
You guys got this, I need the loot.
Yeah. But fantastic stuff, honestly. Force was incredible. I think around about 20 minutes in the match, he was already up to 668 damage, and we'll find out right now with the team stats. There, incredible stuff from Force, 1,181 damage, but let's find out exactly who's going through to those prelims with the desk.
What a finish. It came down to the last match, and I honestly don't know who's going to end up being in first place. We saw the players trying to figure out, okay, wait, what do you think makes sure all of us
There's no way, I don't
first
think.
place? We don't know yet. You have to
I
wait a little
don't
bit
think
longer.
there was
I
enough
think in the read the
kills.
expressions like happy, not happy, happy, confused.
With that
Maybe
10
we
points
don't
to
know, but
qualify.
that is definitely the game they needed. And actually, I was thinking how they
Straight
wrapped up
to
this
the
game.
final.
Oh, they're being too aggressive. They need to try and secure the win. But actually, Seven, you brought up a good point, right? I think kind of changes the whole dynamic of how Aki Cyber were actually approaching this game, which is they need every point they can get. Every single one of those eliminations they don't secure is another chance they don't make it to first place. So the fact they were extra aggressive makes actually a lot more sense in context.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was, again, a very risky push. They already had that second place. They were this close. So it's kind of like a minimal risk sort of thing. They could actually go. So it was a good play. We did see that again. Yeah, they do need those points. Those 2 extra eliminations could be make or break for them. So yeah, very nice.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we had also really good plays from other squads against them. I think especially Divergent here had a really good play to go for the wide wrap. But then after that, in the late game situation versus Ak, they had some pretty good utility plays too.
Yeah, they did indeed. Yeah, it was a really nice heads-up play. They saw that opportunity and they took it. They knew no one else had gone up there because of that zone shift. So yeah, they were able to do it just fine.
I'm intrigued to see if we're going to end up seeing DRG within the top 5 being able to move on to the prelims, because remember, this was the team, Neptura, that was able to, at the beginning of the day, get back-to-back chicken dinners.
Yeah, it's rough. It's interesting. We'll see. I mean, it's hard for them, you know, having had that, again, what I said in the last time we were on here, it's not something you can really ride out, right? Yeah. You have those back-to-back wins, and you can't really just relax after that. I don't think they were really expecting as much tension or as much pushback as they got in the last 2 Miramars, but still.
Especially when the lobby gets so top-heavy, right, Max?
Yeah, especially in this kind of situations, it's going to be so tough to make at the top. I'm sure they would love to have the old PMPL ruling with like $1,000 per win. Like, that would be great for the side of Divergent, but unfortunately, as of right now,
sign me up.
Yeah, same.
Love the old rule system, but right now it's so top-heavy, as you already said here, Seven. So again, big question mark: who's going to be first? Who's going to be top 5? We'll have to wait and see. Very soon, though, we'll be knowing who's going to be making it to tomorrow's match.
Well, until we get to then, let's watch some highlights of that match, because there was some interesting circle shifts.
Yes, there were. There were indeed. I mean, we were noticing, right, taking our screenshots over here, that every single zone was actually moving western and more western and more western and more western. So a lot of these teams ended up bottlenecking onto that eastern side because the zone just pushed them in that direction.
It just became so stacked with teams.
Yeah.
There were like, what, 7 teams, 8 teams at one point on the eastern side. We're trying to avoid it, but unfortunately you have this kind of like massive sandwich situation where you have teams on the outside that can leave, which actually they ended up doing, right? Divergent did that. I think also Defo Dark did that at some point. And they were just trying to leave to the western side, take the high ground, because again, as you said, everyone's just bottlenecked over to the east.
Yeah.
If you can dodge those kind of situations, that's great. You're really giving yourself a good chance to go find the match. But as we saw, a lot of the teams ended their adventure in that match pretty early on the eastern edge.
Yeah. I mean, I would have liked to see the teams on the west actually make that move a little bit earlier, but I just don't think they were really Like you said, I think we've got a really nice selection of teams that are going through to their respective slots, right? I mean, as you said, Helion, I really like the teamwork they've got. I love the aggression, but they know when to stop as well, and that is the mark of a global team. So I'm very excited to see them perform against those global teams coming on the weekend.
Yeah, also I want to talk about Upgrade, right? Sure, they got themselves third place, but their team that like they go hard or they go home. It's like they could get one of the biggest games in the whole tournament, or they're just going to be a little bit invisible, right? If they bring their A game in the next stage, I feel like Upgrade could very easily make their way into the main event.
That's the main thing, right? Going into the prelims for these teams that aren't going to be able to make it to the main event, but at least going to be going to the prelims. Now the nerves, now they know what to expect playing here under the lights with the crowd noise, with everything going on. They know that they have to do interviews. They're past that, right? They're a little bit more comfortable. They're a little bit more professional as well. And for that team, I mean, I'm going to have to think about DRG. That team ended up getting 2 wins. After that disappearing, you can't be doing that in prelims.
No, you can't. It's really, really hard. It's a game of consistency. It's a game of just consistency. I mean, that's the only word for it, right? It just, you got to keep it going.
Okay, yeah.
Well, as much as we want to talk about these teams, I know that Barney is ready, and he's going to be interviewing some of the qualified teams. So let's send it over to Barney.
What an absolutely action-packed day to kick things off right here on the main stage at PMGO. But for now, it is time to recognize our first place winners of this open qualifier final. And so, securing the first place spot, the 2025 PMGO main event. They will be going to the main event. They came in prepared, they played their hearts out. So please welcome to the stage, Helion Gaming.
Demak, qadrli do'stlar, qizg'in va murosasiz kechgan bahslarda yaqqol peshqadamlik saqlagan Helion Gaming jamoasi qarsaklar bilan qarshi olamiz.
Congratulations, gentlemen. And on behalf of the entire PMGO team, we would also like to present to you a token which will mark your qualification into the main event in 2 days' time. So please welcome onto the stage to present your token.
This is new.
From the country manager from Infinix, Uzbekistan, it is Jung Vader.
Qarsaklar ovozi eshitilmayapti, qadrli do'stlar.
And presenting the token, let's get this amazing ticket over here. And let's get some photos. There you go. Let's make some noise one more time for Helion Gaming.
Ular uchun maxsus sertifikat.
I'm very quickly going to ask you a question. I'm sorry, I'm going to dive across you. Let's just stand here. Stand here next to me. Okay, very quickly, we'll just ask. How does it feel to win a regional final in front of a home crowd on this stage?
Qanday hissiyot shu butun shuncha odam orasida birinchi o'rin olish qanaqa hissiyot berdi sizlarga?
O'zi birinchi o'yinda vaqtli yopilib ketdik. Shundan keyin bolalarga ruhan podдержка berdim. Hammaga rahmat podдержка qilganlarga.
On the first game, they were a bit slowing down, so he did the supporting, like he just motivated his team, and then after that, they catched up quickly on.
Well, Helion Gaming, congratulations one more time. You are going to the main event, and we will see you on Saturday. One more time, let's hear it for Helion Gaming. Thank you so much as well. Can you please all exit the stage, and we will continue. You can exit the stage now. We will continue on with our presentation.
G'olib jamoani qarsaklar bilan birgalikda kuzatamiz, qadrli do'stlar.
So we've got one team locked in for the main event, but let's not forget, 2nd through to 5th have made it through to the prelims, which begins tomorrow. So we would like to invite them up onto the stage, one by one, to receive their ticket.
PUBG Mobile Global Open saralash bosqichida kurashni davom ettiradigan yana bir nechta jamoalar bor. Ularni birin-ketinlikda e'lon qilamiz.
And so, finishing in 2nd place and heading straight into the prelims, please make some noise for Aki Cyber.
Ikkinchi o'rinni egallab to'g'ridan to'g'ri prelims bosqichiga yo'l olayotgan Aki Cyber jamoasi.
I'm going to get this ticket. Look at this. Here you go. Congratulations. Take it with pride, and we will see you tomorrow at the prelims. Thank you so much. You can now leave the stage.
Muborak bo'lsin, yigitlar. Albatta, keyingi bosqichda ham omad kulib boqadi degan niyatdamiz. Kuzatamiz. Qarshi ovoz eshitilmayapti.
Right, up next, claiming third spot and keeping their dreams alive in this competition. Make some noise for Upgrade.
3-chi o'rinni qo'lga kiritib, imkoniyatini yana bir bor saqlab qolgan Upgrade jamoasi.
And here's your ticket to the prelims starting tomorrow. Congratulations, guys.
Mana bu olqishlar siz uchun, kuzatamiz sizni ham. Keyingi bosqichda omad yor bo'lsin. Rahmat.
And now, joining them in the prelims and securing 4th place today, it is Divergent Gaming.
4-chi o'rinda Premlisga yo'l olayotgan Divergent Gaming jamoasi. Baralla qarsaklar bo'lsa, yaxshi bo'lardi. Ovozinglar eshitilmayapti.
And here is your giant ticket. Congratulations.
Omad yor bo'lsin, muborakbod etamiz. Rahmat sizga ham.
Okay, and finally, grabbing the last spot in the prelims tomorrow, and once again, keeping their dreams alive, it is the 721 Aggressor.
Saralash bosqichidagi ishtirokini saqlab qolgan so'nggi jamoa. Z721 jamoasi.
It's a really good run. Even to the teams that didn't qualify, they played really good. It's just unfortunate only 5 can go through. So
thank you very much.
That's just it. First place qualifies straight to grand final, and then from 2nd to 5th, they qualify to preliminaries. That's where all the global team comes in, and that's tomorrow.
Closer to glory right here at the PUBG Mobile Global Open 2025. But their journey is only just beginning.
Demak, qadrli do'stlar, 6 o'yin ortda qoldi va harakat bir lahza ham to'xtamadi. Navbatda esa sizni maxsus taqdimot kutib turibdi. Lekin bu yakun emas. Albatta, siz bunga ishonishingiz kerak.
So 6 matches down, and the action has been absolutely non-stop. But we're not done yet right here on the main stage, because up next, we've got something very special lined up. We have a PMGO team deathmatch show match between Na'Vi and Team Spirit and Gamer's Heart that you definitely do not want to miss. So,
Team Spirit, let's go.
We'll be back after this short break.
Let's go. That's my team.
PUBG Mobile Global Open ko'rgazmali o'yini. Unda Na'Vi, Z Sprint hamda Gamers Heart jamoalari to'qnash kelishadi. Bu albatta qiziq, maza qilib tomosha qilishingiz mumkin.
I did not know this was on the. I did not know this was on the schedule. a watch party after reacting
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the main stage. We promised you something a little bit extra, and now it is time for our show match, a classic team deathmatch to close out the day. And the names involved, well, let's just say it's a pretty stacked matchup.
Let's go,
Team Spirit, let's go. Haven't seen them play in a minute. They make a lot of content on their esports YouTube, but I can't understand.
First up, we have a squad that needs absolutely no introduction. It is, of course, Na'Vi.
Birinchi navbatda sahnada Na'Vi jamoasi tanishtirishga menimcha hojat yo'q, qarsaklaringiz.
And going head-to-head against this team is a special crossover team, which is Team Spirit teaming up with Gamers Heart.
Ularning raqiblari esa maxsus crossover
So I think Gamers Heart are some content creators in EU. I think Choppy Gaming, Star Captain,
And with that being said, let's head over to our casters to break everything down and set the tone for this final
they are all a part of that. If I'm not mistaken, I know I've seen them play. I know that
We'll
name
definitely
before.
be breaking everything down. It's gonna be best of 3, 10 minutes, 40 eliminations. Who are you picking, Max?
Going for Na'Vi, because they got the whole squad. They're like, synergy is very
Yeah,
important.
Na'Vi's gonna win.
Natura?
Although it's a
I'm going with
4v4.
Team Spirit and the Gaming Hearts.
But Kitsune not here.
I know, I'm very sad.
Actually, I picked Na'Vi now.
Actually, no, I'm very sad, but you know what? I gotta stick with my Team Spirit boys.
Well, as I was mentioning, you know what? I'm not gonna pick. I'll let you guys know
That's
at
cheating.
the end.
You picked
Team
Na'Vi
Spirit
earlier.
versus Na'Vi.
Stop trying to do your job, okay? You picked
Team
Na'Vi.
Spirit can still win though,
It's
because
TDM
it's just
Warehouse
TDM.
best of 3, as I was mentioning. 40 eliminations, 10 minutes maximum per round. And to be honest, I don't think we're even gonna get close to that 10-minute mark.
No,
If
like
it
when we
was
had the
solos,
solos,
baby.
exactly. We're in PMGC with the solos, it's like it took a while to get there. But no, like we're gonna go and cruise right through these matches. 40 eliminations, 4v4. It is gonna go by so damn quickly. We're looking at some of the players. The 2 players then of Team Spirit, or as he called them, Team Spirit. I think that's pretty cool.
Yes,
I like that.
Yes, I like
Got a
it.
little bit of pizzazz to it. Matic and Effect, which really, if you want to pick one fragger, Effect in particular, Natura, is one of the best you could pick.
Yeah, he's really, really,
Not
really
Sabadoo?
good. Huh?
You guys don't want to pick Sabadoo?
You know what? I'll pick him.
He looks
hate
I'm
nice.
down. Yeah.
But I
I
don't
saw
know.
him jamming out to the artist earlier. He was absolutely loving it. So you
I
know
picked
what?
him now.
I'm with that energy. I like that.
Darkness, too. She was dancing up there. So you know
Yeah,
what?
yeah.
I changed my mind. I'm still not letting you guys know.
Great
So wait.
segment.
Na'Vi, Spirit.
Spirit.
Matic.
It looked like
Matic. I'm going Matic
Matic. But here we go. We get right into our first game out of 3, possibly maybe 2 if we're going to be having a really quick best of 3 match here between Na'Vi, 2 guys coming in from Team Spirit.
I really wanted to see like a
players
full
also
Team
from
Spirit
side.
versus a full
Indeed, and
Na'Vi
those
4v4,
nades
but
coming in
it is what it
clutch a little
is.
bit, you know, just giving a warning shot, going boom, I'm here, and boom, don't be there because you will be taken. Stop looking at 7 when I say something funny.
Boom! Boom!
Boom!
There's no more nades. They already used them all.
Right 5 booms.
But yeah, also the grenades. Talking about grenades, you only get 1 grenade per respawn. So you've got to make sure, you've got to make it count.
Yeah.
If you got to, and also the flashbang,
And
you
the
do get 1
flashbang.
per respawn. How long is it lasting?
Oh, real.
I can't see. I need a hospital right now.
Yep, nice indeedy. But Flip trying to get some of those angles going and trying to get that off angle. Not going to work though. 06 does go down.
Go for
to
the helmet.
A nade though.
Go for the helmet, please. Just send it.
No, if you do that, you're just going to get
caught in the
headshot
animation,
the
man.
moment you're in the animation, exactly. Also, some people might be thinking, well, they're not sliding. You're not allowed to.
You're not allowed to. Because
That's
it's cringe.
What? It's one of the best things about TDM.
Sorry, that says a lot about you, man. I'm so sorry.
That's the best piece of analysis. That was a cringe play.
It's
I don't like it. Quite cringe coming from you. Yeah.
10 out of 10.
Great analysis going.
So good.
That was almost better than the yes earlier.
Yes.
Yes.
Right, oh, good angle here coming in from Puncher. And yeah, so we actually have the entire squad. We talked about it a bit. Okay, I'm sorry. You were asking for that. But we then do have the entire squad of Na'Vi together, so it means maybe communication's going to be a little bit stronger than the opposing side.
Yep.
So it's TDM. It's not like you have a normal BR mode, right? But that could be a part of the equation as to who comes out on top.
Are we going to get some flashbacks of PMGC 2024 whenever we had Monkey just tell his squad, you know what, stay back, boys, stay in this spawn. I'm going to just go out.
So
is that what Team Spirit is going to end up doing here? The pro players are going to be like, just stand back. Let us do the work.
Maybe. Actually, about Monkey, I think he's trying to get into PMSL right now. Best of luck to you, Monkey.
Yeah, shout out to that guy.
This one-liners.
I swear, Niptur's really iconic as the first name. She's just like...
These legends.
These absolute legends of TDM. Oh, my word. Okay.
I will say, though, Na'Vi is only heading Team Spirit by a little bit. There's a small margin there, 13 to 11. It's 2.
2?
2 points. That's it.
Shout out to Mom.
Quick math. That's quick math.
That was great math.
It was
That's
great
math.
math,
Oh, Effect actually is going to be a little bit cornered here. Puncher does go down. Going to create a big opening for him to push, but gets yeeted away by 6. Very unfortunate.
Yeah, it is.
Oh my god.
Yes. I'm so sorry. But anyway, yeah. Gonna see Lemon. 1 HP, just waiting for that health to boost back up, because you don't have to do nothing in this mode, right? You can, it's like an automatic med up. Your health just regenerates after a certain amount of time, so you kind of just gotta sit tight and let that happen before you can get back into it.
How do you guys feel about this strat that Team Spirit's currently doing? It seems like the pro players are trying to stick to each other, and the influencers
Kitsune
right,
was
trying to
there.
stick with each other as well.
I would have given them the win for
At least
sure.
the pro players kind of split up a little bit.
I think it's good for them because I think
But they're still doing
again,
decent
maybe not
because
they've maybe
now
this
they
is the
only
first time
did
they
by
actually band
3.
together, so playing defensive is, in my eyes, the right option for them to go for. I do appreciate that. But actually, when you do get maybe 2-3 eliminations, maybe then you go for a little bit of an aggressive push to try and just farm eliminations. Once a few of you get eliminated, reset, go back to base, and try again.
Yeah. Also, is that defense, right? So they're really trying to cover for their pro player teammates as well. So I don't hate it at all, to answer your question.
Nice.
Yeah.
Defense.
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 Defense. That would be
Attack.
me. Yeah.
We're going for it. But you can even see, look at the Na'Vi players again, the synergy's there. They're just going one by one.
Oh, yeah.
They're going in the meat grinder right now, and because of that, the point lead has been, like, sure, increasing at some point, but it's kind of getting a bit tighter between Na'Vi and Team Spirit GM.
I don't think it's gotten anything bigger than 4 elims, and as I say that for sure, you know what? 5 elims. Make it 5.
Nice.
That's going to be the difference. But at one point, this is kind of good for Na'Vi. They started to stop pushing up so much, they realized what Team Spirit was doing, and now they're just holding back. They're like, you know what? You're actually down. You're going to push to us.
The thing is, the main issue is when you are playing defensive, like we saw from the side of Team Spirit GM, is that you're very prone to nade damage because you're very predictable.
Yeah.
When you're defending on that side of the map in particular, you've got maybe 2, 3, 4 really strong angles. You pre-nade that, you're going to be looking really good. Though Flip getting himself a massive knockdown onto Darkness. I mean, not knockdown. You're just gone with knock. But extra point on board, 28. So we are slowly approaching to the last 10 eliminations needed to secure the first point of this TDM BO3.
Nice, it's quite quick, isn't it? Yeah, and again, still, those point margins are quite narrow. You know, you've only got 5 points there, so 7 rather. No, wait, hang on, it's going way too quickly here for me. Some points, but it's still redeemable.
Effect being able to get some eliminations there, pushing up those numbers, trying to make sure that Neptura doesn't end up cursing them.
I mean, 9 eliminations for Matic, 9 for Effect. Darkness actually got 5 too, so she's been doing a lot of work also in this game. While on Na'Vi, I haven't quite seen the elimination spread, but here you go, Darkness. Be careful, nade in hand, was getting pushed, but He does go back, and I think flashes herself, unfortunately not quite the way to go about it, and now Team Spirit going to be reversing the steam on that fight, looking to engage, looking to be aggressive, as now 6 up to 13 eliminations. God damn!
Yeah. The lead is going to be 11 eliminations. It's going to be hard for Team Spirit to catch up here. And as you guys mentioned, Darkness has been able to do some work for them. Sabadoon, not so much. If I was them in the next round, I'm going to be like, if you could please just stay back. He's cheering on the team. That's very important. Cheers from the
cheerleader for the team.
Stay in the spawn.
Can I get an S?
Spawn. And stay there.
Matic though going to be going down, and there we have it. Na'Vi secure the win with a 12-point lead. Pretty dominating performance for the first match. Are we going to see a response though in the second game?
I think we might see it. Yeah. They're still going to. Na'Vi's still going to win.
I think it's very
you don't know that yet. You don't know that.
That's their person that picked Spirit.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm sticking with them.
She's proud of it.
I am.
I respect it.
Yeah. I'm a team Spirit, you know, fan.
I am Team Spirit.
Well, listen, I can't listen. You say fangirl, it takes on a whole nother meaning.
You already said it. How do we respond after that one? You're about to take a look at the match highlights.
Yeah.
She's just defending herself.
I know now. I wanted Spirit to win, but it doesn't matter. It's just for fun.
Usually when we see stuff like this, the influencers kind of end up being a little bit shy and don't want to go for it.
Well, they all
she just had the confidence
skirmish with Na'Vi.
I kind of liked it because it's not like they were just playing during that segment. It's just when
it would have been nice to see the battle
in that kind of assault, which is great to see them, because if you've got 2 players pushing 4 players, it's not going to work out. 4v3, already there's a little bit of a higher chance that you come out with at least a few eliminations, even if you do get eliminated later on down the line. Wait,
what?
Oh, I was like, we're already engaged in this one. Oh, it's a replay.
No,
this is the replay.
We're good. We haven't missed anything. Honestly, 6 got a lot.
This was a nice play by, I was going to say, that was a nice play by Effect, where he was able to kind of just go behind this squad, being able to flank on them, and then ends up getting some eliminations.
Yeah.
But I'm interested to see what Magic and Effect are going to be able to, how they're going to be able to adjust here going into the next match.
Yeah.
Actually, I do want to bring up something. I just realized Puncher is playing with the Iron Sight. And you've got different loadouts, of course, on the M4 you can go for. Some people go Red Dot. He went Iron Sight, which I think is kind of cool.
I mean, do you really need a scope
I go
at
Red
that
Dot.
close range?
I go Red Dot.
I go Red Dot, yeah.
Yeah.
Most of it is going to be head fire, at least from what we're seeing.
That's true, but I still put a Red Dot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or 3
Mine,
times.
it doesn't matter, okay?
I put an 8-time scope.
God, remember you could do that.
I want to see the pulls off their skin before I shoot at it.
Yeah.
Some PUBG Mobile purists watching the stream right now. They're like, I remember that. You used to be able to put an 8-time scope on the M4.
I wish they'd bring that back.
Not gonna lie, that'd be fun. That's when I was really good at the game. And then it just went downhill. And he died like my channel. But nonetheless.
Okay.
It's okay. You don't have to say
It's feeling like a very mean segment. We're just throwing nades at each other,
Which is
throwing
fine.
nades? Well, that's what you're supposed to do, Max. It's PUBG Mobile.
We shouldn't be mean to
It's
each
a game
other.
of nades.
Sabadoon, pick it up, please. Only one elimination.
Hey, I didn't say that.
How could
I
you?
didn't say that. That was him.
Hey, it was me. Max is used to me ripping people.
Yeah, that's true. All the time. Oh, my word. Okay.
One thing, though, going into the next match, are you still sticking with the Spirit?
Yes.
What are they going to be doing different?
I think
if you're their coach,
going to be using Darkness a little bit more. They're going to probably put her as a little bit more of an aggressive stance. I think they also will use Sabadoon to maybe do a little bit of that cover.
Less.
Give us an S. Stay at the spawn.
Yeah, no, just like give that cover to those angles, trying to be in a better position for more cover for the aggressors.
Fair. How about Na'Vi? What are they going to be doing? Do you think they'll still be aggressive and then get a little bit of a lead and then end up backing up? Because that worked perfect for them there in that first match.
Yes, is my short answer. My long answer is yes.
And the fun answer is hell yeah.
Hell yeah, boy.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Okay. I don't know why I said
I love TDMs. Can we do TDMs more often?
No. But like, realistically though, I know you're not doing predictions when it comes to supporting individuals or teams.
I can't be biased.
Okay. Do you think we're going to get a third game after this match?
No.
That was a quick
That's
one.
biased. Do you hear that? He laughed when he said it.
Let me give you my fun answer. Hell no.
Oh, we're in game.
Ooh, game.
Ooh, game.
Me like that. I like game.
Flashy lights.
Stop talk.
Hey, Team Spirit's leading. Look at this. tournament.
Hey, yo.
Nice. They didn't leave their spawn, realistically, except for one player, apparently.
Or
that
one
was
squad wipe,
good
man.
for it. So back
Effect with 3 of them.
Yeah, back to playing then defensive.
Yes, spin them down.
This is what I was saying though. Like, I mean, you did end up picking Effect as your possible MVP for this show match, right? But with this players, like the caliber of this players, they are gonna end up readjusting. I still don't see them winning. I think it's gonna be really hard, especially with a full team of Navi.
Yeah.
But with the readjustments, they might make it a little bit closer, as they currently do have that lead.
I feel like what Team Spiro have been doing sometimes is actually they've been positioning one of their players on these crates, which is really good to get third-person perspective information through that window, and you just get information on your feed that information to your teammates, and it can just pre-fire pretty much on those entry points towards their spawn location. So I think that it's a small detail, but that extra bit of information allows you to sometimes just get the edge when sometimes you really wouldn't.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. It's all in those tiny little changes, those tiny little angles, and that's what's gonna win you the game. Right now, it's neck and neck. 7-7 on the board at the minute. 8-7 now. Oh, 7-7. Yeah, we got 3 7s. Oh, we did. Now we've got 2. Now it's just 2.
You spoiled it.
Bye.
Yeah.
You cursed it for me. I didn't mean to.
It's okay. It's 9-8 now.
9-9.
Oh, it's going higher.
It's going higher.
It's like
that's
they
crazy.
want it to go higher.
It's almost like that's the point.
It's almost like they need to get to 40.
No, wait, that's weird. The last game ended at 40 points. We must research this.
Yes.
Wait a second.
Something. Okay, Sherlock, we'll see how it goes. Okay, Flip. Oh my god.
Oh my god,
How
really?
are you gonna shoot, Flip?
Really?
He gets at the end.
And that's the 2
fine.
pros as well.
Yeah,
It was the movement. It was the movement. Gave me flashbacks.
Get jiggy
there,
with
PMGO.
it. Yeah. He was sending it. Oh, Effect on the rooftop. He got flashed. Oh my god. What's happening? Costly nothing. Has Matic also holding on to the high jump position of these crates again. Really solid kind of spawn location to use those crates to your advantage. Six going to get pushed up though. Gets a nice initial headshot, but not quite able to get it. But Flip is there in the back end, assuring to get those 2 extra points for his team.
That was a beautiful trap there by Navi, being able to just make sure that the other players end up lining up. They do end up forfeiting 1 player, but 2 for 1, I'll take it any day.
Absolutely. P6 going to be going down as well. Lemon now up to the bat with Effect and no. Not going to happen at all.
Navi making sure that their score keeps going
up.
Yep.
It's only going up. Now they're 5 up.
I think my mic is popping right now.
Yeah, yeah.
Got whiz.
Producers, can we fix that?
Go fix that please right now. Okay, Darkness going for a nice angle. Pre-fire on the right side of the crate. Not going to be able to get that knock. Unfortunately, but he's damaged. Make him 6 realize, okay, she means business. We're going to calm down a little bit. Not going fully aggressive in that fight. As
Sabadoon
is going for the western side of the map. Going for the off-angle push. And might get 6, but actually he gets the angle onto Lemon. He's not getting any. There we go. 1 falls. Slowly get Lemon 2. And he does. That's 2 points for the price of 1.
What I tell you, red dot, 4-time, 8-time, it doesn't matter. It's going to be close range. Just stick to that hip fire, and he's able to do that perfectly.
Absolutely. Very nicely done indeed. As we head over to 26-18, the gap is starting to widen just a little bit. Stop laughing, all of you, as we
You're just funny.
move in.
You know.
Yeah, it's fun. I'm having fun. I'm having a good time. Yeah.
Wait, who are you?
Wait, who am I?
People are like, what?
I don't know.
What are these guys
I don't know,
talking
man.
about? Watch
Ventura,
the
who is that?
Rondo tournament. They'll happen.
Watch the Rondo tournament, yeah.
You'll
Know all, yes.
all the secrets. I'll be
Yeah,
revealed.
it's
As effective. Good nade. Actually,
Oh, it
it's hard playing it against a full team
What happened?
that plays together and then they add 2. And you just play with 2
it's super dark and you just get
people.
Oh my god, no. I would be up for the next 2 hours after
Look at
that.
Effect. Effect has 15 eliminations. Even though if they do end up losing, he might end up winning that MVP.
Let's go,
Right
Spirit,
about
let's
Tuesday
go.
today, and that would be fine for me.
Matic is back to scouting. It's just feeding the info to
Yep.
Effect, and Effect is just
Yep. Ooh, bouncy nade.
forward to get it.
Ooh, he
Nade not going
peeked
to be
at the wrong
doing
time right there.
enough onto Effect.
Yeah, he's dead. He's so done.
Hey, he's
for.
You gotta believe a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's dead.
He's trying to heal up
Nice.
as much as possible.
Yeah.
Get the delay, but did not
This
quite
is really
connect.
close.
Only 9 eliminations required.
Oh my
8
goodness.
eliminations required now for Na'Vi before they are crowned our TDM champions.
Yes, indeed. And it looks like that is going to be a reality for this team. 34-30. Oh, 34-30. Oh, very,
Nice.
very close there. 34-31 now. That gap has closed super quickly here. And now it's just down to the final few points here. Let's see.
Six trying to get those angles. He's going to end up getting Magic. Sabadoon making a push for it. He's going to make sure he gets it. There you go. Six being able to clutch up Darkness, though, making sure that he stops any push there from Six. 38-32. Can Team Spirit come back? Now it's just down to one. We can't see anything because flashbangs are insane in this match. And there you go. Navi being able to clutch it up. It only took him 2 matches from 3.
And Flip to get the final elimination, 2-0, and we are going to be having then the entire squad of Navi taking home the dub here for the BO3 TDMs. And really, we talked about it. Teamwork makes the dream work, and it makes the TDM a little bit easier too.
I'll give Team Spirit some props there. They were able to readjust in a good way. In fact, with more than 15 eliminations there for that one match. Yeah. I like it.
Yes, I like it too. They're my team, and I like it very much. I really like the performance we saw from our influencers as well that joined our pro players as well. They did a really great job, I thought. They did some really good plays. I liked it.
Which one out of the 2 is your favorite? For me, Sabadoon picked it up in that second match.
Yeah.
As much as I was giving him after that second one, I mean, like that second match, a lot better.
Yep. Absolutely, I
not biased, I can't pick. No, I think Dark Nessa for that first game, like again, she was following the 2 of the players of Team Spirit when they were assaulting the enemy team here of Navi. So I think
she was picking it up really quickly.
Yeah, Dark Nessa, thumbs up, good stuff.
Well done. Oh, they didn't say that.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this has been the first day of the PMGO, but we are going to go crown a champion with Barney.
Congratulations once again to Na'Vi coming out on top in that show match. And what a day it's been right here at the Uzbekistan Open Qualifier Finals. It has been truly spectacular what all of the players and teams have brought right here to the main stage. But this is just the beginning, because tomorrow the stakes get even higher as we kick off day 1 of the PMGO prelims. And the battle for a spot in the main event continues.
Qadrli do'stlar, demak PUBG Mobile Global Open 2025 ning eng kulminatsion nuqtasini va uchrashuvini siz bilan birgalikda tomosha qildik. Navi jamoasi esa mazkur to'qnashuvda qo'li baland keldi. Biz esa qadrli do'stlar mana shu yerda bugungi oqshomga yakun yasaymiz va ertaga albatta mana shunday ajoyib, hayajonli uchrashuvda ko'rishamiz deymiz.
So with the app, whenever I'm streaming, it records the stream. So I have the option to save or not save, which I normally not save because I can go back to YouTube and download it. But this is the end. Thanks for hanging out. This is fun. I'm streaming gameplay later. If I can finish everything in time, I will be running around in some classic solo squads, duo squads. That's where I go. But I guess that's it for the stream. It was a good day. Some new teams show up and showed up. The Infinix GT24. Imagine if I get my hands on that. PUBG, you're watching, you know what to do. Yes, and that's it for us. Thanks for hanging out. We have Queen, Zero Gaming, Six Scope, David, and a bunch of others who pass and hang out on the stream. I know some people lurk and don't like to talk, but hey, thanks for hanging out. That's it for now. Hope you all enjoy. I will be streaming later if I have the time and I can. And then we'll continue to GYRO party PMGO on Friday because tomorrow I'm doing a film session. So I won't be available. That's it for now. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. And I will catch you all later, but if not, in the next one. Peace.